Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Getting rid of that little guy. That's awesome. You know, I catch another one of those and that's an extra 7 pounds in the bag. Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah! Yes!
All right, folks, the 2026 NPFL season is upon us. Stop number 1 here at the Harris Chain of Lakes in Leesburg, Florida. Let's see who's going to weigh in on day 1 and take that early lead on that 3-day tournament.
There's the move right there, folks. 5 in the bag today. 18 pounds, 15 ounces. Show us what you got, my friend. 17 pounds and 6 ounces. There's the boom right there for Will Fletcher. £17 and 7 ounces, 25 pounds, 3 ounces, a new leader, right? How about it, folks? Pack attack right there with a nice one out of the Harris chain. There's the boom right there for Jesse Wise, folks. Here's a gigantic one. Wow. How about it right there? There is the boom. 5 in the bag. 22 pounds, 6 ounces. Let's see some fish, my friend. 5 in the bag, folks. 5 in the bag. 28 pounds and 6 ounces right there for Jordan Osborne.
That's a wrap on day 1 here at the Harris Chain in Florida. We started the morning a little cold, but it got hot in big bags across the stage. We've got Jordan Osborne on top of this thing with 28 pounds. But right behind him, Todd Alton with a 25-pound bag and Zack Burge with 22. This thing is wide open, anybody's ball game with 2 more days left to go here at the 2026 kickoff. Beautiful look at Lake Harris, where all 118 of these NPFL pros left out, trying to figure out Florida, trying to figure out how to get their 2026 season started off the right way, hopefully with an NPFL shield and a $100,000 payday that comes with it. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'll be with my man, Fat Cat Newton, here in the NPFL Live Studios, powered by Miller Tech Batteries. And Fat Cat, we are back year 6. And they are absolutely bringing in some big ones out there.
We're back, baby.
We're so back.
Bigger and better than ever, dude. Can't wait for this season. And I want to say something right now, dude. I don't like Florida. I love it. I absolutely love it. I've been looking forward to coming back here ever since we left in 21 because it was a great event. A little bit different this time.
Different time of year.
Different time of year, but also, you know, there have been some changes to the lake.
For sure. The
fishing's different. But one thing's not different. The Giants still roam. And we saw some of that yesterday on stage.
No doubt about it. Greg Vincent with a 9 even to really kick this thing off the right way. We've already, and we'll take a look here in just a little bit. We're hearing tale of some more Giants already coming into some boats this morning, but 28 pounds on top of this thing, which is kind of what you expect when you come to Florida, regardless of the weather. And when you come to Florida in March, though, lots of folks in the Sunshine State right now thinking spring break, and they came to some winter weather. We've definitely
we were bundled up at the launch
no
and
doubt
the way
about
in. It was still breezy.
Crazy conditions. Water temperature has dropped since all of our anglers arrived here. I believe it was, almost 90 degrees on Sunday, and that changed pretty quick to some very cold nights. A lot of wind just makes it kind of challenging. That's what we heard from a lot of our field yesterday. The conditions are going to improve, though.
Oh, yeah.
And headed into tomorrow's Showdown Saturday, we're expecting big things. Like Florida Pro John Cox told us, he said, we're going to see a 30-pound bag or 2 before this thing's over with as things start to get more stable as we head into the weekend. Let's take a look at that official leaderboard coming into day number 2, and we're going to be covering the top 5 anglers in these standings here. The city of Leesburg, Florida, and Jordan Osborne, 28.6. Didn't burn a lot of gas yesterday. We'll get into that. We've got anglers, when you've got 9 different lakes, Fat Cat, you can get around, and they're getting around for sure. Todd Alton, Zack Burge, Brandon Cobb, Greg Vincent in his first NPFL. He said, hey, here's a 9-pounder, Big Al. Just shows up and shows out. Derek Lettinen, who, if you keep up with the NPFL here, for the last couple of years, absolutely crushing. Had a great event at our NPFL championship just last month on Smith Lake. William Fletcher and NPFL OG Andy Morgan, the GOAT, as some would call him, right there, kicking things off as we figured he would in the top 10. Chad Grigsby, Jacob Porosnik in that top 10, a stacked top 10, to say the least. Kyle Glasgow, Gerald Spoyer, Greg Hackney, Matt Herron, Ray Hanselman, Jay Wheel, Jason Williamson, J. Todd Tucker, Randall Tharp, Jesse Wise, and Lavoyd Lemon rounding out that top 20. And in fact, got a lot of new faces.
A lot of new faces.
But a lot of names that we know.
That's right.
Here in this 2026 season. And, man, yesterday at that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al, we're talking to so many of these veteran guys, and they're like, man, I looked around this morning. It's going to be hard to get a paycheck over here this year. Competition is absolutely fierce this year.
Without a doubt, dude. And we're going to see competition in this event probably in a unique way. Where I'm going with this is I think it's going to be feast or famine. And we're going to see these guys like Vincent, hopefully not. The guys that do well yesterday, are they going to be able to follow up today? Because when you look at that catch track, the 10s and 11s are stacked up. And where I'm going with this is the guys that did good yesterday are going to have to follow it up. And one of the themes coming to this event was that was going to be the hardest thing to do, to consistently catch big bags. So these hammers like Greg Vincent really have their work cut out for them this week more so than anything, because finding them.
Consistency is very hard in Florida historically. A lot of tournament wins down here. You catch one big bag one day of a multi-day event, and you can kind of bunt the rest of the event. We've seen, especially when you have crazy weather, that's going to be the theme this week for sure. Can Jordan Osborne be the guy who put up that 28 pounds, or will we see somebody charge into the mix going into Showdown Saturday? I think this thing is going to be one to watch down to the wire. Let's get out on the water with your day one leader, Jordan Osborne. 28 pounds, 6 ounces. Sounds like he's in trouble. Leesburg Police Department, shout out. Jordan with one in the boat so far this fall.
Well, it's been a little slow, and we have missed some fish. It's like I'm not necessarily upset about it. At the same time yesterday, I probably had 17, 18 pounds already, and now I have 2 fish for 2.5, 3 pounds, but I'm getting bites. I don't know what's going on with the way that they're just slapping this thing, but you can't be upset with getting bites. We've had a little more company on some of this stuff that I'm fishing, which I fully expected.
Crowding in Florida in bass tournaments is a tale as old as time, but with the Harris chain,
we're not going to move a whole lot.
Especially,
I mean, there's like 5, 6 little deals that I'm rotating around, and the hope was that I could get a decent bag, quick. Of course, everybody wants that, but if I can get one quick, I can do a little more searching like I did yesterday and find some more water. But this lake is it doesn't have the vegetation that I've seen in it historically. And which in a way has kind of made it,
how did he know what I was going to say?
I guess, easier, because there's so little of it. It takes a lot of the guesswork out. That's kind of what I figured when I came over here and practiced. Figured out there wasn't much of it. It's like, well, that's probably where they're going to be.
thing, and one of his best buds.
I mean, the good thing is the way that I'm
hands.
fishing, I can get right in 10 minutes.
Zack Burge rooms with Jordan, and is his bud, and certainly wants to keep his crazy momentum rolling, and did so yesterday.
This is my favorite way to catch them. When I can cast them on this chatterbait, I mean, it's hard for me to put it down. And it's like I was saying earlier, these areas where I'm catching fish, there's a lot of great cover on the bank, but every time I've tried to slow down and fish some of it, I just don't get bit. So it's like, just keep this rod in my hands and stick with the program and let it rip.
Definitely a popular bait for this event. That bladed jig, have mercy. A lot of guys were talking about that yesterday at the weigh-in, coming through as we were chewing the fat with them. A lot of them missing fish on it, not committing, swiping at it.
Pretty cool catching
You
all
always
this
hear
orange
about
chatterbait. I don't ever come to Florida and
There we go.
necessarily think
I'd
about
say some a little more unique than others.
throwing orange. But when I got here in Harris and practiced and saw how dirty the water was, of course, really the water's dirty all over the chain, except for maybe Griffin, which I never even spent any time in Griffin. Never have in the 7 or 8 times I've been here. But with this watercolor, I was like, I'm gonna throw something that they can see. We were joking around yesterday. I swear I don't remember where it was, but there's been times I've fished in Florida and I've seen goldfish in some of these canals and stuff, and I'm sure there's some in. I don't know how they reproduce, or they just got to be put in here,
Like
or what.
rabbits.
We were joking that I was on the goldfish pattern.
Said
Who
a koiki
knows?
the koi.
All that matters is I'm throwing it and they're eating it.
Obviously that fire crawl color, orangish red, very popular in most of the country, but I am with Jordan when I knew this is what he was catching on. We were talking to him yesterday. Not a color you see in Florida a ton. It is a color,
A
Jordan's
bait
Texas
they see
boy.
a ton, but not a color.
Absolutely, and that could have been the key
Absolutely.
to his success. Also saw that on Zack Burge's front deck as well when he came through. Jordan Osborne over to Greg Vincent. Looks like he's picking up where he left off
That's a
yesterday.
pre-spawn
Buddy.
fish. Look how clean, fat belly. That's a great sign, man.
That is a great sign, because a lot of the anglers were saying that
There's
ship
4.
has sailed.
Oh,
A
man.
lot of them except
Thank you, Lord.
for John Cox.
311. Great. Great, great.
Greg Vincent getting that catch track fever, putting those weights in for the folks at home to keep up. Powered by Fishing Chaos.
Needed
Good to
that,
see
brother.
him carry that momentum into day 2.
In several
We
ways.
heard Jordan Osborne say his day starting
Got a
a whole
couple
lot
quality
slower than it
fish
did
in there, no
yesterday.
giants, but quality fish. That's what I struggled with in practice. A lot of them were the little bitty males and not the you know, not even 2 to 3 pounders, you know, which can kind of be the base of your limit and still give you a chance to catch a great big one like I did yesterday. So changed it up a little bit this morning. Built off of that good bite I got late yesterday. And old Big Bopper's keeping us in the game this morning. I got to throw this slack line out. I like seeing that pre-spawn fish. I've caught spawners this morning. You know, those 2 I got early were on bed for sure. And I'm not so sure this one wasn't. On a bed possibly right there, or staging to go in that little ditch there.
He even found him a little honey hole.
It's funny, the 5-pounder I caught yesterday was just all beat up looking, and it was it bit in the exactly same spot where this one just bit. So it's hard to know exactly what's going on, but you can't be upset about it when you get around them. There's a reason. Big 5-pound post spawner yesterday, and then there's a pre-spawner right there.
I can assure you the rest
Keep
of this
plugging
field
around. You know, we got
like Vincent figuring it out.
To make sure on the next one. I think we got 4, so well, if we could get a great big one to bite, we'll have a pretty good thing going today.
Take a look back at that catch. We got in right on the last part of it there as he dropped it in the live well. Something that Greg hasn't been doing a lot in the last couple years.
That's right.
He's been over there fishing that Bass Pro Tour. Every fish counts. And he said, man, I got to figure out how to use these live wells. I had a cold today. I didn't know what was going on. Awesome having Greg join
Last
the
5 minutes
NPFL
yesterday,
Absolutely.
just got us another chunk. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Pre-spawn fish. Good. Oh, that's huge, man. We needed that so bad. Oh man.
Back live with Greg. You can get a really good look right there at why the Harris chain drives most anglers crazy, including myself, because it's one of the fishiest looking places, one of the most scenic places that you will ever go bass fishing.
Took the words out of my mouth.
And when I was a kid in Tennessee and you thought about bass fishing in Florida, this is the kind of stuff you dreamed about getting
Spanish
to see one
moss, shallow grass.
Over 74,000 acres worth of water out here for these NPFL pros to hunt down $100,000 worth of bass in 9 different lakes, canals, nooks, and crannies. Man, it is definitely.
It can be overwhelming for sure.
It is a very overwhelming, intimidating fishery. All these different kinds of, vegetation, docks, shell bars, brush piles. Like, there's so much cover. From Greg Vincent, we're going to go check in on 3rd place pro and winner out there in Texas in the last Bass Pro Tour event, Zack Burge. Trying to make that momentum thing happen. Keep it rolling. Zack had 22 pounds, 6 ounces yesterday, making a long run. The longest of our 5 anglers that we're going to be covering today. We were able to check in with Zack before he slid out on the Harris chain this morning.
All right, guys, it's day 2 here on the Harris chain. Had a good start yesterday, caught 22.6. Just a fun day of fishing, caught plenty. I left them pretty early too, so I'm really anxious and excited to get back, do it again today. Hopefully I can go in there and you catch them like I did yesterday and not have to sit there and pound on them today, because we can fish 3 days. So I need to save some for tomorrow, but I got a couple other things I want to try this afternoon. So game plan is make our way over there. It's about 1 hour and 15 minutes before I'll make my first cast, and hopefully catch them and slide back over here later in the afternoon and hopefully stumble on some more fish over here. That's our game plan. We're sticking to it. Hopefully we catch a bunch of fish.
Locked in right now.
That dude don't stumble either.
He does not.
He does not stumble.
And has not got to hoist one of those NPFL shields yet. He's been all over it. He's been around.
That's right.
Well,
Has not got to fish a full season.
Finally
with us
made
yet.
it up here. Been here about, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Caught one on like our first or second cast, 2-pounder. Kind of fishing my way to where I caught him yesterday. I did catch one like 3.5 right there where we just came through. So starting here and working our way in and make a pass with a couple baits, and we'll just keep going around and around. And golly, what a bite! Cycle some different baits and stuff, and hopefully by the time we get out of here, we got a good bag again.
Hooked up.
That little guy. They got to get a lot bigger than this. I'm not even gonna put him in the box. We ain't keeping that one today.
Still a good sign though. They're eating though. He said, "I don't eat you."
He said, "I'm not worried about that."
It's a pretty
Get out of here, Bobby.
pretty good stretch right through here. It's got. You go through here with one bait and you catch some, and you spin around and you go through it with a different bait and you get some more bites. And I feel like there's a good one.
Son.
Welcome to the Harris Chain, ladies and gentlemen.
A decent one, anyways.
Man just won $100,000 with a swim jig 2 weeks ago.
Boy, that's fun. That's a little
I was
2 1/4 or so.
I thought he was throwing a swimmer.
Let's see what he weighs. A healthy fish.
Throw it back.
We need these grandmas
doubt.
though.
Knowing him, we could see him throw it back for the day's over with. If he's on him like this.
210.
Because a lot of the guys we talked to yesterday, it was a struggle to get a limit.
Especially where Zach's at.
number
There was
2.
a contingency
Let's
of
catch
boats
number
that were
3.
down there.
That's why we
Great
didn't keep that
practices.
12-incher.
And he really
I don't think we're gonna
was
need
the
him.
only one that was able to get it done.
No,
Oh my goodness.
not keeping that one either.
Zach, that could have been 4. I'm just saying.
Eat it,
Buddy.
Come on, Grandma, where you at? Give me a big one. 6-pounder.
Little big belly Kelly up out of
But
there.
yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna, make a pass like I was saying with bait, do a bait change, come back through it with something else, give them a different look. Experiment a little bit, I think, today in here, and hopefully, we put together. I'd like to leave here with at least 18. Then I'll really pound it tomorrow, but if I can get 18 pretty quick, probably get out of here, go ahead and make our way back and do some exploring closer to takeoff. But we're gonna have some fun in here while we're in here.
Uh-oh.
I think anyways, I hope.
Tanner and Travis.
Gotta leave here with a
Rode their
couple
bikes all
5-pounders at least.
Bobby, Floyd, and Terrence. Oh, boy. Oh.
Yes, Tanner and Travis. Twin visuals. Thank goodness they're wearing helmets. They'll do anything to get the shot back at.
Yes, they will.
Shout out to David. Zooming in on the twins there. Zach has always been one of the most consistent anglers. I think he's one of the most underrated guys in professional fishing since he burst onto the scene. He's got wins all
One
over
of my
the
favorite
place,
ways
but
to
just
catch them with a
picture
chatterbait.
consistency. Got a couple Bass Pro Tour wins now, but now that he's got these new glasses, which
Especially when
look
going about
like
it good.
my 4th grade math teacher,
Blue
Mr.
blockers.
Scott. It's a different persona, man.
I think that wind's
I ain't
blowing
messing
every
with
bit
it.
as hard through here as it was. I was hoping it was going to be a little less today.
These anglers dealt with 20-mile-an-hour north-northeast winds yesterday, and looking like going to be the same today.
Dude, there has to
weather
be
out
some
there.
scenarios where they can benefit from that wind, whether it's pinch points, generating some sort of a current or flow, like we're seeing
these
here.
canals,
But you
for
hear
sure.
so many of the guys are anti-wind because of how it affects the reed and the shallow grass. Uh-oh.
Felt good.
But like the way
Gotta
my
almost
just
pull
like
on
you just
everything,
said,
even
those canals.
if it's
the
not a
current.
bass. I've had so many of them that have bit it and about pulled the rod out of my hand. And I've had a bunch of them that have bit it and just feels like it gets mushy. Like they just are nipping it, and they've
That's
been,
what she said.
pretty dang good fish still. So you got to pull on anything that remotely feels like it could be a bite. You never know. Of course, I'd stick it up there. Let's go squirrel hunting.
It's the last thing those squirrels wanted to hear.
Hopefully,
I don't want Zack
Especially from that
hunting me.
man. Ain't no doubt. Whether it's a gun or a rod, I don't want to be, on the other end of it with that man around.
Or alligators come running out of here.
He'd jump on alligator's back probably.
Call T-Roy.
Yes, sir. T-Roy would be there.
Deal with it. I talked to several anglers coming out of practice that really thought, which this area has been very popular in the last few years in major tournaments, really thought this is where it was going to go down for a few. And there were some guys that went down here yesterday and didn't catch a keeper.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to call an audible late, and I think Wesley Gore was one of those guys we talked to. He said, man, I look up, I got an hour left to fish, and I don't have a bass. Trying to force feed, his game plan.
Good thing about this trolling motor,
Luke Clausen,
it's so quiet and stealthy. I try to run it on low too. It's ultra shallow in here, like 2 foot across this whole thing. Try to just sneak my way in, sneak my way out, let the wind blow me back down it. Well, power pole moves a solid one.
from Burge to a break. We're going to check in with the sponsors that make it possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. We'll be back to the Harris Chain for more live action in just a few moments.
Cobb.
Is your trolling motor working for you, or are you working for your motor? Minn Kota Ultrex trolling motors are built to outmaneuver anything, so all you have to focus on is the bass. Steering with unrivaled precision from an ultra-responsive foot pedal, getting you to the fish day after day, and turning any spot into a stronghold season after season. Minn Kota Ultrex is built to fish.
In the world's greatest sport, it's all about the unexpected. In the sound of adventure, we refuse to be strangers to the open waters, filled with stories we didn't know were possible. With the power of MillerTech batteries, this isn't just a battery. It's a tool built to charge your passion. Behind every battery is a team dedicated to making your dreams a reality. MillerTech. Empower. Innovate. Sustain.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat boats, feel the rush.
Yeah, that's right.
10. Well, I'm shaking so bad right now I can't hardly push the button. 6. 6:14. That's what I'm talking about. Come on. All right, let's go with another 6.
He is shook up. We're back. There's Chain of Lakes.
Stud. Stud. That's what we're hunting for. Catch us a few more of them, we'll be out of here quick today. I mean quick. That was a fish right there. Dadgummit. I'm trying to keep it on the grass. This thing's full of hydrilla through here too in the middle. Well, the whole thing really, but I'm trying to tick that grass, and every now and then it feels like it kind of grabs it a little bit. And a lot of times that's when they bite it and you don't really notice it. And that fish, it kind of felt like a bluegill bite, really. It was just like just a subtle little pink. When I pulled, she tore off out of there. That's what we're hunting. We're hunting them big ones like that. I know my daggone heart gets running so hard. I'm trying to get my hand on one of them. That's why I'm 34 and half bald. Come on, baby, bite it. I'm begging.
Burge keeping the momentum train rolling here on the Harris chain.
You never know.
While we were away, take a look at that almost 7-pounder. Zack Burge. Throwing that chatterbait, been throwing a swim jig a little bit, but mainly the damage coming on that vibrating jig. The Florida staple, as Fat Cat said earlier.
No
staple
doubt.
everywhere.
It is. Well, especially when you go hydrilla, shallow grass.
Yeah. Those are worth the run.
Son.
That's a 6-pounder. Dude, it felt like felt like a nip. Like literally a bluegill type bite. Oh yeah, how about almost 7-pounder? 613. That's what I'm talking about right there. Look at that thing. Come on. We'll put that one on the big side. That was going to make the ride with us.
Very dangerous.
Only 3 fish in the box so far, but 3 good ones.
I'm going to get right
Threw back a limit, though.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say, dude. He is around. We saw him catch.
When I say that, I did catch 2 5s on it yesterday. I feel like, though, that
snacks.
I would catch better quality fish. On chatterbait.
I would certainly agree with that right now. A 6:13 for Zack Burge. Started the day in third place with 22.6 and doing what he can to be at the top of that leaderboard today going into Showdown Saturday. Now let's get over to your second place pro from day number 1, the legend, Todd Alton. 25.3 yesterday. In my opinion, one of the greatest shallow water anglers of all time.
Well, we're going to stick in here and see if we can get us a good bite or two. You know, it's been slow. It's slow like this yesterday. Just got to catch one good one here and one there, you know. I just got pretty lucky yesterday, hit that one stretch. I caught 3 good ones, but throughout the day, you know, there was other fish coming from all different places in here, so here and another spot. So we're just going to keep grinding in here for a while, and we may leave and come back. So see what happens. It's not happening right now for sure. I think a lot of these fish, you know, garden fry probably, and there's some late spawners. I think them fish yesterday hadn't spawned. They were full. Hadn't laid it out any. So, but all the bucks I'm catching seem like they little skinny fellas. So you're either gonna catch one like that or it's gonna be a good one. So it might be a time of day them fish feed a little bit. So I'm hoping to catch a break. But keep plugging away.
Todd winning a 6-pound, 8-ounce Lake Harris haul.
7-pounder would wake me up probably.
Looks like that catch track's got him currently unofficially in third with a 5-fish limit. For almost about 6 pounds. That one fish he caught yesterday is bigger than the limit he has in the box right now. Welcome to Florida.
Oh, for sure.
We had a bear encounter
looking down that
night.
Catch track. There are some being caught right now.
Trash can upside down. I stayed at Tim Frederick's house, and he had it on the ring cam. There's 2 cubs and a mama bear.
Florida black bears.
Look out.
Said they make their trash can
There's
round.
a bunch of them down here.
Never once.
It could have been Paul Benson.
Yeah, we'll get one to bite here in a minute.
Todd Alton doing Todd Alton things this morning. Putting the chatterbait wherever he wants to in these Harris Chain canals. And now over to another one of those Carolina boys. Started out today.
So here at Harris
Fourth
Chain,
place.
we're here at Harris Chain, stopped one NPFL, and had a good day yesterday. Had 18-15, but it was a little, I guess, nerve-wracking as far as day 2 goes. So anybody that doesn't know Harris Chain, this place used to have a ton of grass. Now it really doesn't, so the fish get a lot more scattered, which is good for me being a South Carolina guy. I like to cover a lot of water and just fish random whatever I come to. And that's how I caught them yesterday. I caught a couple out of canals, caught some on a swim jig going down the bank, just kind of hodgepodge fishing. And it's good for my style of fishing, because that's the way I like to fish, but it's nerve-wracking because I don't know where I'm going to catch one today. We're going to cover a lot of water and see what happens again. It's a little bit warmer today and less wind. The wind was definitely, Florida fish don't like the wind like they do back home, and I had fish out of the wind yesterday, so maybe we'll have some more water open up today and be able to do some different things. But we're going to go swim jigging, fish some canals, see what we can do. All right.
You all right?
Been slow for me this morning. I got a 12-ouncer, and I'm not doing the old Patrick Walters lowballing. I weighed him. He's 0.75, so he's a little big one. But yesterday I caught a limit. I caught one big one in a canal, and then I caught a limit kind of doing that. But most of them were small, and then I caught a lot just kind of swim jigging and fishing down the bank later. So left at the canals a little earlier today. I think I'm gonna do it a little opposite. Started swim jigging. It might be a little early for it to work good, but I got more time to do it, so I just want to make sure it's not working early. I hope I can get a few bites, but it was also random yesterday though. I just covered a lot of water, caught a few on the outside of Kissimmee grass, a few up on the bank, a few off docks, just fishing. That's one thing. Harris Chain's changed a lot. It used to have a lot of grass, and now it doesn't have very much, but kind of the old South Carolina strategy where you just cover a lot of water and throw a moving bait kind of works here a little bit sometime now. Kind of nerve-wracking because you don't know where you're gonna get bit, but it's definitely a valid strategy. So that's kind of what we're doing. Just covering a lot of water, throwing a white swim jig. Hadn't done nothing yet.
But it's got a Z crawl.
It's early.
Because he's giving it the old Alabama shape.
I see that.
Get that zoom Z crawl in the back. Get that thing up there. Not all of our anglers have been able to make the swim jig bite work. We talked to Wesley Gore about that yesterday, who's arguably one of the best swim jig fishermen in the country. Coosa River boy in Alabama, knows all about it. He said, man, I could not buy a bite on a swim jig. And Cobby did most of his work on it yesterday. I think timing has a lot to do with that. And obviously which of these lakes on the chain you choose to do your damage in. Take a look at our first quad box of the morning here. Day number 2, stop number 1 of this 2026 NPFL season. Brandon Cobb, Zack Burge, Todd Alton, and Jordan Osborne. Your top 4 coming into this day number 2.
Probably do this majority of the day. And if it's not panning out, I'll probably go back some canals at the end to try to scratch out some fish. I think this is my best chance to catch a decent, I don't know if I'll catch a great big one, but 2.5+ pounders I think I can catch if I cover enough water on this. Definitely don't have the general Florida area, I guess you'd say, where you kind of milk it out in the area. I don't have that, so we're just covering a lot of water. I like swimming a jig too.
Something interesting, out of the 7 Florida anglers we have fishing this event, only one of them came into day 2 in the top 10, and that was Will Fletcher. And he's new to Florida.
And not this part of Florida.
Not this
He's
part
up there
of
in that
Florida.
panhandle.
Mm-hmm. But it's interesting, too, you know. We talked about the weather coming in here. It was warming, then we had this big cold snap, and all the anglers were talking about how it's just practice was great, and then it's bass fishing, right? It's what we do, especially with you and I in these situations. You never know what the heck is going on. It's hard to call the shot. But I do think, like the championship, we're going to see this progressively get better according to the anglers, like the weights. The fishing seems to be, especially going by catch track this morning, better than yesterday.
Well, I think, talking to John Cox coming out of practice, who obviously knows more about Florida bass than most human beings ever will, it's been in the 90s down here. And very hot, unseasonably
the docks are more
hot
time-consuming to
here.
fish, but I had just enough bites on docks yesterday to make me try to throw at them. But they're definitely not on docks per se. But you can get a bite on one every now and then. But they're definitely not for me on docks. Oh God, no! You gotta be kidding me. Whew, that was close. I threw and that thing flew by and wrapped my line around him. That was almost a problem. I don't know if y'all can see that on camera.
Problem for you.
But that was almost ugly.
Great aim.
Would have been dinner right there.
I'm sure y'all would have liked me to wrap him up so that we'd have some drama, me fighting a cormorant, trying to get my jig back.
I definitely wanted to see that. Judd, talking to John Cox, a lot of times
but probably a keeper. I bet you he's bigger than 12 ounces. He's like at least 15 ounces.
Giants.
Swim jig, mid-size speed crawl, or the Z-crawl. Probably a keeper.
You called it.
The new mid-size Z-crawl.
Yeah, he's a 14-incher. Big boy. He is
ounce per inch.
1.25 pounds. 1 pound 4 ounces. Here's number 2 though.
Probably not throwing them back this morning.
What did it?
It's a risk reward thing.
It is
with that. And a lot of Florida bags are 4 little ones and a 9 pounder sometimes, 8 pounder.
Sean, don't get mad at me. Submit a catch.
And Fat Cat gets so mad about that.
Put it in Fishing Chaos catch track. 1 pound 4 ounces, not 54 ounces. 4 ounces. Submit, and it's in there. That's how easy it is.
Some of our new anglers entered some wrong weights yesterday. Got us excited. It'll happen.
Not the first time. We'll be the last
time. A white jig, a greenfish tackle gaff jig, 3/8 ounce. I got a mid-size Z-Crawl Junior on it. Or not Z-Crawl Junior. That's why I'm going to keep calling it mid-size Z-Crawl. A little bit bigger. Well, got a bite. Early-ish anyway. Maybe if I swim it by one, he'll eat it. A few casts around this area. It seemed like yesterday, wasn't really like groups of fish, but sometimes I'd catch one and just keep throwing around the same place for a minute and get 1 or 2 more. Not really much to throw to right here though. Old nasty eelgrass.
A lot of times in Florida, before I was rudely interrupted by a bass, Fat Cat. But John Cox was explaining to me, and I've fished down here a lot over the years, and as well, and a lot of times these cold snaps are what actually activate these fish to spawn, because the weather in Florida for the most part is pretty stable, right? That's why so many people flock here. It's a warm winter, but those cold fronts can actually almost reset a fishery. And John, coming out of practice, he said what he was looking forward to the most headed into like Saturday. He said it might be rough for a couple days. He said you'll have a guy catch 8 pounds and he might catch 30 the next day, because he said the spawn is largely over, but with this reset we could see some big ones show up. And
where Greg was at this morning, where we started with Greg, looked like a very, very, very dangerous area.
No doubt.
Because we still have one more day in that 24-hour period. especially with everything
a warmer
going on.
night tonight.
Yes, sir.
A new moon. Things
sir.
are going on, and these Florida bass will spawn for months at a time. And yeah, while the spawn is largely over here on the chain, there's still some of them big ones that could slide up there and get right where these anglers need them to be. But yeah, while a lot of anglers were griping about the cold, John Cox was one that was like, bring it on, because I think it's the reset we might have needed. And we got a text from John a little earlier today. His first bite of the day was a large.
One time we're doing this in practice and even yesterday. Yes, I caught some good ones, like 2.5 to 3.5, but I haven't caught an actual like big one doing this yet. I caught my biggest one in a canal yesterday. I don't know if I can get a true big bite doing it. Let's get my chatterbait under that knot. Doesn't have any grass under it, it's more open.
John Cox came into day 2 sitting in 36th. We're going to see a big jump today, you think? John Cox, Florida, that is.
Two John Coxes.
That's right. John Cox, Georgia, John Cox, Florida.
Or as we used to say, the one and not only John Cox, just depending on who we were talking to. I say we will see a big jump. He had some mechanical issues yesterday. Jacob Prosnick actually brought his bass to the scales for John. He didn't make it to the weigh-in to see us, but his fish did.
Oh, boy.
Paul, Tanner, Al.
Del Fuego's.
Brad Fuller.
They're getting their miles in. Buddy. That is the jet skis of land right there.
You're going to think that's funny till you get to the ski beach this afternoon and they roll up. Have a problem with what you were saying on NPFL Live.
Knuck if you buck. That's all I can say.
Probably jump across, and I'm not going to hit the whole pocket again. I didn't even get a bite through that whole side over there yesterday. Well, I don't know. Maybe thinking I might have come in here too early, but caught a limit, but no good ones. Maybe the bigger ones will bite later. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. Or just get around a new fish or something, but you know, I'd lost a couple fish in here. Oh, there's more in around in here, but like I say, we might go do something else for a little bit and come back, but right now, not biting. Need a little front to come through or something. Some help. But I'll shoot across over here. I found a couple brush piles off the bank. I just run over top of them yesterday. Try to remember where they were, but should have marked them probably.
Todd with a limit
starting off this season better than he did last season. At stop 1 last year, Santee Cooper ended up finishing 68th. So definitely getting off to a better start this year.
Catch a good one here yesterday.
But rebounded to make the championship.
There it is. And speaking of the championship, that's one thing, you know, to win that AOY, Ken Duke was talking about, in order to be in contention for that AOY at the end of the season, you need to finish in that top 15 in the first event. Top 20 is a stretch, but top 15 is that comfort zone. Typically the guys that finish out of the top 15 are not in contention at the end of the season for the AOY.
That work sharp AOY.
That's right. That work. Attaboy. Shout out to Work Sharp. New to the NPFL. We appreciate y'all supporting us.
Angler of the Year sponsor, and going to give away Andy Morgan's truck.
Let's go.
The truck of the GOAT.
You're going to sniff the seat probably.
Listen, that's my hero, man.
It's awesome, man. Good to see him yesterday. True legend to the sport.
It was good to see him, and I bet a lot of the anglers in our field were not as happy to see him because he started this event, his first NPFL in the top 10. And
kind of where it all started.
Like he said, I think I remember how to catch bass.
First good one that I got in the boat.
Todd was just shy of 6 pounds unofficially, still holding him in 4th place. Greg Vincent with a limit just shy of 10 pounds, but the noisemaker, former NPFL champ Nick Brown with almost 19 pounds unofficially. Oof. With an 8.3.
Woof. Getting it up.
I bet he looked at that one.
That's his forte.
I don't know. I asked him yesterday, and he said he hadn't seen any.
That's what he told me.
I don't trust
Typically,
him.
he's got 40 or 50 bids.
There's no doubt.
He said, not that many this time. And I was like,
That's moved him all the way up to 3rd unofficially. From Todd Alton back to Zack Burge. While we were away, Burge was doing Burge things. Milking this little spot for all it's worth, 22 pounds yesterday, and well on his way again, it would look like the mud.
Skinny
Let me get my
water.
hands on you, girl. Look at that, just popped out. That's for that. That's a pile of meat right there. That fish is thick.
Yes, sir.
Healthy. How about a 4.6? That gets us to 17. 12.
With 4.
Put her on the big side too.
His goal, he said, if he caught 18 pounds, he was going to leave and go eat peanut butter and crackers for the rest of the day.
2-1. Sweet. I didn't really get a good hook in her either. I'm telling you, man, they just
multi-day tournaments.
They bite the dang
full field all 3 days.
Some of them
strategy always going to play.
Some of them slack it.
To be fair, he threw back a couple that would weigh a pound apiece. He could have had 18 right now, Zach. I'm just saying. All right, here we go. Back live with Zack Burge.
That one. Doing some upgrading. It's a good problem.
Okay,
Hard
so
part finding a
we're
little.
culling. Now we're back live, and he's culling as we join him.
While we're watching the replay, he's catching another one.
I think that's him. Let's see.
I got to know from David. I got to know Zach's plan. How long are we staying at this point? Because we're around that goal weight.
Is he still working his way up, or are we drifting back down now?
And we're at
He's talking
18.5,
that.
so let's just go ahead and get to. Let's go ahead and break 20, and then we'll cut. Still giving them the gas.
Goal weight's changing.
As Jordan would say. We're going to give him a little more gas and we're out.
So it looks like he's easing his way back down, right? Because he was
Definitely
going
got the
against the
wind
wind.
to his
Yes,
back.
exactly.
I mean, we hadn't been here. We've been here 40 minutes fishing.
Buddy.
I've only had to make 1 pass around it today, not 3 passes like I did yesterday.
And it feels great to
We
have
can
those
get to
fish in the box,
20
but
plus
also
by the time we get to the bottom end of this, we're probably going to be done with it.
gambling on that long run and it paying off. Because so many times you get your feelings hurt. So
comes, you've got no wake zones.
That's,
you've got
buddy,
a lot to deal with.
Freaking awesome way to start, you know what I mean?
In addition to that.
Come in here and catch them, your confidence is up. I'm not rushing anything. I got a really long day. I can go back to practicing a little bit and maybe find another one. I really like to find another place like this, and I know of one, but I caught some fish in it, but I didn't catch any big ones, so I don't know if there's any big ones in there. Of course, I didn't know about this either, honestly.
That's what he told me. He had no plan on this being his key area.
Keep upgrading.
And rolled in
Keep
yesterday.
An open mind all day, too. Something looks good today, we're going to try it.
$10 a.m. on the Harris chain, and Zack has been fishing for only 40 minutes. Takes him a little over an hour. He had a late boat number today, almost last boat out. It took him over an hour and 15 minutes or so yesterday to get to this area today, but he was the first one to the lock. He had an early boat number today, had to wait in line a little bit. He expected it to take him a lot longer today. But when he got there,
buddy,
hay has been made with Mr. Burge so far. 18 pounds.
And a lot of time left.
A lot of time. And 3 2-pounders in the box.
Ah, boy.
I mean, a 4-pounder, he's at 20. He's rolling. Let's not even talk about a 6, 7, or 8-pounder.
No, let's talk about it. Let's talk.
That gets scary. Zach catches another one of those 6+s.
So good.
This thing's going to get really interesting
yes.
for him headed into Showdown Saturday.
Because we've talked about that, man. That's one thing about this event and these conditions, being consistent. We've talked about the guy that's going to win is the guy that can follow up. And
it's so hard to have 3 consistent days in Florida in a row, especially with these changing conditions. And, man, what he's already done, 40-pound, call it a 20-pound average over 2 days, man, that makes him scary.
Very. And plus just being Zack Burge on top of all that, being a closer,
snap on it.
Not getting rattled.
And thinks he's going to win every time he rolls up somewhere right now. Dude, I mean, at this point.
Denny Brower said, if you don't have that mindset, don't even go fishing. And this guy definitely has it.
His 3rd year with us here in the NPFL. While Burge tries to find one more upgrade, we're going to make our way to a commercial break. We'll be back in just a few moments for more Leesburg, Florida action. Stop number 1 of this 2026 season.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat boats. Feel the rush.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America.
epicbaitsfishing.com.
Is your trolling motor working for you, or are you working for your motor? Minn Kota Ultrex trolling motors are built to outmaneuver anything, so all you have to focus on is the bass. Steering with unrivaled precision from an ultra-responsive foot pedal, getting you to the fish day after day, and turning any spot into a stronghold season after season. Minn Kota Ultrex is built to fish.
In the world's greatest sport, it's all about the unexpected. In the sound of adventure, we refuse to be strangers to the open waters, filled with stories we didn't know were possible. With the power of MillerTech batteries, this isn't just a battery. It's a tool built to charge your passion. Behind every battery is a team dedicated to making your dreams a reality. MillerTech. Empower. Innovate. Sustain.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain. Jordan Osborne.
Everything good with my, something wrong with my mic?
Oh, no, you're good.
Okay.
Talk about the structure you're fishing.
It's just real sparse hydrilla out off of this hay grass. Like you get a little further out here and it gets a little clumpier, and it seems to be where I'm getting most of my bites. Every time I get up tighter, the grass gets a little thicker and I just don't get bit in it. But I can see these clumps perfect on this 360 and chunk at them, and I mean, this feels like a day where bluebird sky, I could just see them sitting in the top of these clumps. But we've not gotten a bite out of them yet.
Is the water clarity affecting bite or anything?
I mean, I think this lake has been, from what I've heard, it's been dirty for a while. I don't know what that has translated into how these fish, if it's affected the population or how it's affected how, I mean, it doesn't seem to be affecting how they bite. I mean, the way they ate this chatterbait yesterday, it was pretty crazy. Like I said, I feel like maybe the time of year we're in, you know, where the water was 78 to 80 degrees first couple of days of practice. I feel like it was already warm enough to where, hell, if anything, this water cooling off might have fired them up a little bit. I mean, that's what it felt like to me. It didn't feel like it negatively affected them, but it's like today feels like maybe a little more high pressure has moved in. Might be why they're a little off this morning, but I mean, I've had plenty of bites, like the number of bites I've expected, but they're kind of just like swatting at it. I think I've had like 7 or 8 swings and misses. Dumped one, what looked to be about a 3.5 pounder this morning. That was probably a bad move on my part. Should have just got down and grabbed him instead of trying to flip him. So, I mean, all in all, we've had, I don't know, 11, 12 bites. I don't know. To be honest with you, I wish the wind would kick up more. Well, you said the AOI? Yeah. I can't say that I've ever been much of a AOI angler. Kind of like either hit a home run or strike out kind of guy, it seems like. But, you know, to win an AOI, you got to start out good. So, I mean, more than anything, my sights are just set on making the championship.
Jordan opened the year last year.
The year
with our biggest limit in NPFL history at Santee Cooper, 33-1, and then kicks off 2026 with 28 pounds yesterday. He's very correct about his Angler of the Year history, man. He's definitely a guy that swings hard. He doesn't care about consistency. When he catches them, he catches them. If he doesn't, hey, I'm good with it. He's a gambler.
That's right.
At times, but we're going to take a look as if the tournament ended today, this is what the all-new Work Sharp Angler of the Year standings would look like. Jordan, of course, would be on top of that. We're going to take the top 40 in the Work Sharp Angler of the Year standings to that championship that Jordan was talking about, an entry fee free championship that'll be at Lake Mitchell on the Coosa River in Alabama. Very upset that we're going there for a lot of different reasons. It's a gem of a lake there in central Alabama, and we'll be there early 2027 to celebrate with the 40 anglers that make it. But everybody gunning for that Work Sharp Angler of the Year. Early pick, Fat Cat Newton. Who's going to win the Work Sharp Angler of the Year?
Jordan Osborne.
Jordan.
He's leading it.
Everything ends today.
You never know, man.
Like tomorrow, I think the wind's supposed to be out of the south, and I mean, that could just switching directions might have them fired up.
You know me in wind direction, Fat Cat.
I went down to the south end yesterday afternoon, and the wind seemed to have kicked up a little more, and they were just down there feeding like crazy.
Ooh, swing and a miss.
Actually showing west winds tomorrow around 5 miles an hour.
Oh, so it's cranking down a few notches.
Right now, currently showing northeast at 10. It's going to be steady northeast at 10 all the way through weigh in. It looks like it's not going to make a shift until right as our anglers get to launch for Showdown Saturday. It's going to go west northwest and then more out of the west at 7 a.m. tomorrow. So we still got a ways to go.
Wind out the west, fishing's the best.
That's what they say, for sure. Wind out of the east. I don't want to do fishing or NPFL live. Because we know what happens, don't we, Fat Cat? A lot of times.
It makes things interesting for sure.
Jordan still in second place. Trying to run down his buddy Burge. Another angler trying to run down both of them. Alabama's Greg Vincent. Unofficially in 5th place right now. Got a couple good fish in the box and a limit around them. Alabama Pro had a 9 even yesterday. Big 9-pounder to start his NPFL journey.
Ken Duke's done a great job of putting together bios for us on each angler. Looking at Greg Vincent's now. His first tournament, 14 years of age. Fishing goals. Win a championship. Like we've talked about, off to a great start.
Had a close call in a Bassmaster Classic a few years back. I believe that was on the Red River.
Best advice from Greg Vincent.
Don't listen to Fat Cat.
Stellar advice. Look at every opportunity to be on the water as a chance to learn something. Try your best to answer the question, why? Each time, so adjustments will become easier in the future. It's very in-depth. Could have read that better, too. I'm all chopped it up. Sound like a dork. Because I have a problem sounding words out.
That was great.
I'm thinking about doing like audiobooks. If audiobook is out there, let me know. I'm great at it. I just need books with pictures. Ken, for now on my notes, I need more pictures, bud. Maybe you could just write it in crowns. Favorite movie? Tombstone.
Burge was in that.
Favorite music? Leonard Skinner. Favorite food? Fried crappie. This is like my dating profile. Like I would date him if he was a woman. No bananas in the boat. To be determined. We're in the weeds. We need him to catch a fish. I might turn my mic off, yeah.
He's in the weeds. Fun facts for all of you guys. Y'all are playing Greg Vincent trivia later tonight at your local Mexican restaurant. Fat Cat's got you. He's a Pisces.
Loves long walks on the beach. Big fan of puppies.
If you like pina coladas. Fishing the Harris chain. We have zero fun here, folks. Zero. Fat Cat don't look now, but Derek Lettenden's got another limit.
Let's go.
Derek, one of the most consistent anglers in the NPFL, coming off of a great week there at Smith Lake in our NPFL championship. Had 17-7 yesterday.
Osborne's got a good one, whatever it is.
Zack the Bird. Dang, that's a great shot.
He's bringing it back. He's showing it off.
Trying to get Zack out of there so there's fish left.
Come on, big girl. You know.
When you've got this much water to cover for these anglers, I do think it's amazing that you can have that aggressive bite that we're seeing with Zack where he's at this morning, but then, you know, Greg and the lake he's in is kind of having to pick it apart, slow down, because Todd Alton, Brandon Cobb, they're in the same general area as Greg Vincent as well. And it's that aggressive bite, Jordan Osborne. It's not happening for them where they're at this morning. And those fish have been, uh-oh, Greg Vincent.
Oh! Oh!
No, don't do it to us. Oh no.
Gave her a second to
Froze up there for a second and
eat it.
That was not
She was
smart.
wrapped, that line was wrapped up in the reed, in the grass. Good fish. Ah. I don't know, I haven't fished this
Didn't jump like a smallmouth
yet, but stinks to lose one like that, but it tells you you're on the right track. Oh man, needed that. Ooh.
That's tough. Greg trying to turn a negative into a positive by telling himself, hey man, shows that I'm in the right place.
Could get another shot at her. Looked like a post-spawn fish.
Just as long as my leg when it jumped.
Yeah, dude, no doubt.
One of those difference makers for Greg Vincent right there, man. And he landed those bites yesterday. He had a 9 and he had a 5-pounder as well. His average in his bag right now is a little bit better than what he had yesterday.
Right.
And he's just been missing that one Harris chain Hoss. Got Burge with a spinning rod now.
We talk. You just want to change it up. You want to give them a taste of something different on the way out, the way in.
Gave us a change of something different, and his buddy Jordan Osborne said, here, I'm going to take the lead, bud.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. Stand down, Jordan. Stand down. And right now, unofficially, about an 8-pound lead.
And it is early.
Very early. We mentioned earlier the other big shaker, mover and shaker today, Nick Brown, former NPFL winner. Almost 19
Honestly,
pounds.
I think I can go down in reeds where we started. I think I can pitch a little bug on the inside edge of that because there's high drilling stuff. I think I can catch a couple going through there flipping. I hadn't tried it yet, but it's been on my mind ever since I went by it the first time. Got plenty of time today, so I'm probably going to try it.
Got plenty of time today, and we'll have plenty of time tomorrow. The top 10, they take off first on Showdown Saturday, and check in last, so the longest amount of fishing time of anybody in the field, you're rewarded for being in that top 10 here in the National Professional Fishing League.
And if you're new to the league, full field fishes all 3 days. No cut line.
And on a lake like this, you know, there's some places we go, if you're out of it after the second day, you might be out of it. But in Florida,
very good point.
Fight your way back into a check, and there are so many of our anglers that enjoy that, the fact that there are no cuts, and you might be down there in 70th trying to figure your life out, and then you catch 30 pounds, and boom,
absolutely
in the check line.
This is that event for sure. Like we talked about John Cox coming in to day 2 in 36. We could see him very easily in the top 10 going into Showdown Saturday.
Definitely could happen. Back over to Greg Vincent with a heartbreaking loss.
Man.
Just a little bit ago.
Yeah, those are the hard ones to swallow when you actually get to put eyes on it and see it. Versus it coming unbuttoned in a brush pile or under the boat. Laying eyes on it, man, it's a hard one to swallow, especially when it was a fish of that quality.
I think it was 4+. Spawned out. I could tell it wasn't real fat, but it was. Yeah, did you see her come up on it when she bit? Yeah, I hopped it over to Reed and she rolled at it. I didn't even know if she got it or not. Gave her a second to eat it. And she just wrapped around in that reed. Kind of stinks, but I don't know. I could probably get away with braid, but it seems like I get more bites with fluorocarbon. First one I've lost.
You can see that water clarity in these canals he's in, and really not typical Florida.
And I keep wanting to go
clarity.
check some stuff, and then that happens. It kind of keeps you locked in.
You know, when we get that tannic look, you know, on a lot of these fisheries, or even clear water, and these canals in the past have been really clear. But man, with the lack of hydrilla to filter that water, several of these lakes are just dirtier now than they used to be. Frog action from Greg Vincent. We appreciate everybody tuning in this morning. Stop number 1 of the National Professional Fishing League's 2026 season. And this is day number 2 from the Harris Chain, and we'll be back to Leesburg, Florida in just a few moments.
This is the Professional Precision Adjust Knife Sharpener by WorkSharp, with engineered simplicity to be fast, easy to use, and work every time. Clamp your knife, set your angle, and make sharp happen. Sharpen EDCs, pen knives, kitchen knives, and serrated blades. Sharpen every knife you own. The digital angle indicator gives you precise and repeatable results. 7 abrasive grits from coarse diamond to leather strop. The small knife table sharpens pen knives at low angles. And a blade clamp support for sharpening longer blades. It's all included. Make sharp happen.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Bass Cat Boats. Feel the rush.
There's more to explore. Humminbird Explorer fish finders make breaking down the water effortless with an intuitive interface and best-in-class clarity. Zero in on the best place for a bite with more precision, more included maps, and more underwater detail. Then, keep your eyes on the prize. With the bright, easy-to-read display, you can view in any fishing condition. Because when you see clearly and fish smarter, you get more out of every moment. Explorer fish finders, only from Humminbird.
Tournament angling, every moment counts. Introducing MillerTech's game-changing lithium batteries. Lightweight, powerful, your edge to dominate. When every second matters, choose MillerTech. Empower, innovate, sustain.
Hey guys, NPFL Pro Alex Davis here, giving you a look at my boat and what units I'm running. On the boat, I got 4 I've ever used.
Wise words right there from Alex Davis, the spinnerbait kid, as he is known around my parts of the world, over there on Lake Gunnersville. And he certainly knows that it pays to explore with Humminbird. The Humminbird Explorer contingency rolling into year number 2. Humminbird's going to pay $1,000 to the highest placing finisher running a Humminbird Explorer unit during an NPFL event. We've got several of them out there, and that Mega 360 Live certainly a valuable tool to have in this offshore grass, like Alex Davis explained. And it pays to explore with Humminbird in the National Professional Fishing League once again in 2026. Now back to Todd Alton exploring the Harris chain, trying to find another one of those 25-pound bags he found yesterday.
Do what?
Tell me about making a move.
Oh, well, just had a little change and a little place that was close by. I caught a couple fish yesterday.
Hooked up?
Well, run my mouth, I should have been fishing. I don't think he would have helped me. Still another little one. There was one busted right there behind us. Come in here, I caught a couple in here yesterday. They were better than average size, you know, keepers. So we just trying to get just a little more upgrading until go back into my other spot, and maybe later they'll be biting. I don't know. That's all I can do is try it later, and hopefully they'll bite and it warms up some more. It's kind of the way it was yesterday, so if not, we'll probably go spend about 2 hours just running stuff like this, and got a couple cypress trees I want to go fish, and just kind of jump fish for a little bit and then go back and see if we can get a bite or two. I mean, that's all I'm looking for, is a good one bite or two. I don't expect it to be like yesterday again, but we'd take yesterday.
We would if you do it on live.
Even the fish today,
another one of those 25
a lot of
pounds.
them hit it short, like just come off in the boat or just ain't got a hold of it good. Oh, gosh, that looked like a good one there. I got my tail.
Heard that from so many anglers
Got my
yesterday.
tail.
More so than normal.
Can't hardly throw that thing without a tail. It looked like a better sized fish, but I didn't get much of a glance at him. Sure stripped my legs. I seen him run out there just like darted. Hit it, missed. I forget I got to super glue this thing on. Switch bag again.
Todd coming off a good finish from the championship, finished 4th on Smith Lake at the NPFL 2026 Epic Baits Championship.
I believe we had some more Z-crawl action right there.
Zoom, zoom, and a boom, boom.
That was Quicksilver there. He'd come out there and hit it and gone before I just about knew what happened.
Quad box. Got your leader in it, Zack Burge, unofficially. Todd Alton holding on to 4th place. Greg Vincent 6th. And Brandon Cobb. A couple small ones in the boat slip back to 16th place so far.
Lot of moving and shaking on that catch track right now. Powered by Fishing Chaos.
Well, we'll give him a couple more bites. That's all we can do.
And that top 5, and
Something
he's got
to connect
5
here.
fish limit.
Good limit.
Yeah. To where now a good kicker. Yes, sir. Going to skyrocket him because he's got some 3s and 2s in the box. All good quality. No real rats. He calls that 2-pounder with a 5 or a 6. He's going to be dangerous.
Yeah,
Brock Mosley, he's moved up into unofficial 7th.
Just about to say that consistency. Brock 13-13 yesterday, says he's got 12.5 today. Kyle Glasgow almost 16 yesterday, right at 10 today. I mean, those are the guys. Oh, Jason Menninger making a big move.
Yeah,
too.
man.
16-4 today. We heard it was going to get better. We fully expect it.
Scrolling, that's in a lot of limits, and some 4-fish stuff, but seeing small limits like Andy Morgan.
Not a lot. Not
correct.
Not a lot.
Not a heavy
Right.
limits, but they're limits.
And those little fish, when you pull back on them, ain't nothing there, and it's just like they come off easy.
Almost 11 o'clock on day number 2, and just looking at the Fishing Chaos catch track. What you just said, Fat Cat, a lot more limits today, I feel like,
yes,
at this time
You're
than we
a 4
saw
or 5
yesterday.
pounder now. Got something to pull on you. stirring it up in here.
Brandon Cobb did most of his damage after lunch yesterday. So did Todd Alton.
Yes.
Well, I almost had a fish catch. 2 tries, two strikes.
Right now.
A little bit of fish, a little bit of fish.
Oh, in the boat.
Don't know if it's
That ought to
the
help a
same
little
one,
bit.
but it's close to the same
Maybe not.
spot.
Such a pro move
See how
right there.
good he eat it.
Had a fish in that same area, take his trailer.
2
He
1/4.
fished by it, he turned around, went back, turned back around,
Been
went
looking
back
at
and
1
makes the
pounders
cast,
all day, it's hard
catches
to
the
tell.
fish. Persistence from Todd Alton.
$2.36.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'll start upgrading. Let's do this.
Yeah, because looking at Cast Track, he's got an 11 ounce in the box, a 14 ounce in the box. That's a good upgrade.
And still unofficially just in 4th place.
Correct.
Right? If you catch 25 pounds, it's that Florida deal we've been talking about. To stay in contention, he doesn't have to catch another 25 today. He's just got to be decent.
That's it.
Man,
he's done the work.
That little menace.
That the big bag is the work, right? In all Florida tournaments, I feel like.
Good call.
Attaboy. Good call.
If he could catch 15 pounds today, he's
I
right
ain't feeling
there.
great
I
yet.
mean,
I feel better. Golly. We'll get Brad to make some bigger print on this stuff. 2 point. I'll say 4 because I'm dealing with the different. Decimals.
From Mr. Alton, we're going to go over to Jordan Osborne.
Ah! Trap.
28 pounds, 6 ounces on day number 1. In the same situation as Todd. Doesn't have to hit another home run today necessarily.
It's a similar deal with offshore patchy hydrillus, a little deeper water here. I didn't get many bites through this little stretch, but the ones that I got were all big ones in practice and yesterday. I got 2 here in practice. I caught 7 here yesterday. Say we are live? Yeah, I gotta say hi to all of my family, but particularly my mom. she traveled down here with us and had to leave and go back to Baton Rouge, where my stepdad's father lives. He hasn't been doing that great, so she made the right choice going and being with him. But love you, Mom.
Jordan setting that NPFL one-day record with 33-1 at Santee, and he told me at the weigh-in yesterday that he lost one that he really thinks would have broken the record for him again, break his own record. He said, man, it was close. It was close. And when a man catches two close to 8 pounds and tells you he lost one that could have shattered that, I tend to believe that.
I agree. He's one of the ones you got to listen to.
Us fishermen, we like to tell a tale every now and then, but
we might embellish from time to time.
From time to time. Or the opposite way. Patrick Walters.
Depending upon who you're talking. Exactly.
Jordan trying to relocate those bigs from day one on the Harris chain and brought him to the lead. Currently sitting in 4th place, got 3 keepers in the boat so far. And we're going to check back in with 4th place pro coming into day number 2, Brandon Cobb.
All right. We are still catching babies. I don't feel like the fish have set up. A couple of the better ones I caught yesterday, like most of the ones I've caught today, I would say are like really, really shallow, like on the bank. And I didn't really catch any good ones like that yesterday, but I've also been fishing out a little bit and had a bite. And I've caught a couple up here shallow, so I'm just trying to get a limit anyway. And then we'll maybe those outer fish, like some of the ones on the edge of the grass, will set up right to where I can catch them. Most of the ones I've caught up real shallow have been pretty small for me. But we'll keep grinding them out. We got whopping 5 pounds in 4 right now.
Someone that does not have a whopping 5 pounds. Texas pro Nick Brown, former NPFL champ, 23-7. Another big upgrade, just caught a 6-3 moments ago, according to Catch Track, and has a 115 as his small one. A lot of room to grow.
Yes.
I think swimming this jig, there's a window
Zack Burge.
From history here, and then yesterday. It was like I caught little ones, and then they were all good ones, and nothing really changed. I just think some of the outer fish, like the ones out sitting a little bit deeper, got up a little higher where you could catch them. And yeah, you could probably pitch a worm around and get some bites, but there's so much to fish. If you can't get them to hit something moving fast, it's very, very time consuming. So I'm probably gonna try to snatch a few more up here shallow. I might swim some of that outer grass in a little bit. Oh, that was a really little one, like a 8-incher.
Andy Morgan reporting a limit just shy of 8 pounds. I'm betting those probably weigh 30.
And could catch a big one up here shallow.
Andy's a guy that I don't think he's ever going to be accurate with our catch track. Just knowing Andy, I don't think that'll be the case. But you got Randall Tharp, who had 14.4 yesterday, right at 10 pounds again today. Ray Hanselman backed it up with 9.6. And you mentioned it earlier, lots of limits. Bo Collins, rookie this year, 13.5 for just 4 fish yesterday, has 5 for 10.4 today.
No, man, going down, you can see a lot of guys are upgrading today over their day one weigh-in for sure.
Fish definitely biting better today.
For some, but not for others. Yeah.
Numbers-wise, it looks to be a pretty good day so far.
Very hard tournament to be consistent in the way it seems. And that's something the anglers were talking about coming in, just getting a pattern, getting on a pattern. It was just this 47 patterns is one pattern. He just bebopping and flip-flopping.
Got a few of those anglers that had those 14-pound plus bags, which was kind of the benchmark yesterday, I feel like, to keep you in it, that haven't reported anything today.
Like Cobb said earlier, there's 5 pounds in the box right now. Yesterday weighed in 18.15. Had a big fish of 5.12. Another one that did well yesterday, Will Fletcher, 17.6. Right now just has 5 pound, 14 ounce in the box, and that's 5 fish. John
you
Cox
pay attention
currently
so much to your jig when you're swimming it like this, because they'll come up and eat it. If you accidentally twitch one extra time after they eat it, shake them off. I prefer not to shake any off today.
Going to go from Cobb to a quad box. But old John Cox, 4 in the box right now for 9 pounds even. That 5 pounder, he's got a 5 pounder big fish. You think that 5 is a little bit healthier?
Had a head bigger than mine. I think it might be 5
New
plus
state
5.
record.
I don't know. It was a giant.
Yeah, that catch truck is definitely busy right now. Out of the quad box for Zack Burge, his scenery really hasn't changed all morning. Just been working this one canal. And it's definitely been paying off for him.
It's like Todd's found that wind. Look at Brandon on the right and Todd on the left.
Big difference.
Just depends on what little corner of the Harris chain you found, but man.
And the water clarity. Burge seems the only one. I guess that's tannic. From what I'm looking at, it seems to
That's
be a
more
tannic.
Florida,
Yeah.
Florida for sure for me. Yeah.
You get around a bunch of them like this, you expect one every bite. Then when you go 20 or 30 minutes without one, you feel like you're in shock. Like, what happened? And all of a sudden, bam, you catch another couple. All we need is one more big one and we're good for the day. mean, there's so many holes out through the middle. It's crazy. I'm not sure if they're, I hadn't seen no tilapia, which would make me think that it's not tilapia. There's literally holes everywhere out there, like old beds. And there ain't a ton of fish on them, 'cause I don't see many dots sitting in them, but there are a few around them.
It's also something we haven't talked about a ton yet is brim beds. And not only will that, that hard reset activate maybe a few more bass to spawn that haven't spawned yet. We heard Greg Vincent talk about, a pre-spawner earlier this morning, but a lot of these bluegill can get up there on these beds. We heard a lot of folks talking about that yesterday at the drive-through weigh-in. And those brims spawn, into May here in Florida, probably even later. Maybe 12 months out of the year. None of those crazy rascals.
Zach mentioned them tilapia. Are those tilapia? That's
right.
It's interesting.
A lot of tilapia, and they eat those tilapia. As long as they're not. Some of these tilapia have gotten really big in some of these lakes. I forget who it was. Maybe Luke Clausen mentioning tilapia yesterday with where he was at.
Yeah, Luke Clausen, someone you listen to, a FLW Cup winner, Bassmaster Classic champion.
You and I had that moment yesterday. Looking at, you can look at the roster on paper all you want, but then when you're standing there and they're coming through the weigh-in, and you're like, "Woof!" I'm glad I commentate, and I'm not trying to compete with these guys.
Dude, and being a fan, we're kind of surreal. I pinch myself sometimes doing what I get to do. I was talking to my boy Meliella about it last night, and just
shout out, Phil.
Shout out, old flop. But dude, we're fortunate to do what we do.
The Harris chain has been a large time so far here at this kickoff for the 2026 season. We appreciate everybody tuning in, and we'll be back in just a few moments for more live Leesburg, Florida action.
Hi, I'm Denise Burry with Ford Paths. And they're here volunteering to help us out on our Cottages on Grove campus today. We're doing a little bit of yard work and painting and putting together a picnic table. We're here in our housing. We have 10 tiny homes and a boys and a girls house for a total of 27 people living on campus. We work with at-risk youth. Mainly that's comprised of kids aging out of foster care and homeless unaccompanied youth. Our kids are required to go to work and go to school, but as long as they do that and work hard to save their money for the future, then we're here to help them out by providing housing. We have a website, it's forwardpaths.org. Go on and check us out, or you can hit us up on Facebook, and it's Forward Paths Foundation, Inc.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
Is your trolling motor working for you, or are you working for your motor? Minn Kota Ultrex trolling motors are built to outmaneuver anything, so all you have to focus on is the bass. Steering with unrivaled precision from an ultra-responsive foot pedal, getting you to the fish day after day, and turning any spot into a stronghold season after season. Minn Kota Ultrex is built to fish.
In the world's greatest sport, it's all about the unexpected. In the sound of adventure, we refuse to be strangers to the open waters, filled with stories we didn't know were possible. With the power of MillerTech batteries, this isn't just a battery. It's a tool built to charge your passion. Behind every battery is a team dedicated to making your dreams a reality. MillerTech. Empower. Innovate. Sustain.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast, to chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
I just see so many guys like fishing the bank, and like nobody that I saw fishing the bank caught more than like 10 pounds. I mean, I think that they're definitely they're definitely out here offshore. I mean, I think I recall, I know an FLW event. There's one offshore in the Hydrilla. I think the Elite Series event was one offshore.
Buddy Gross, one of our NPFL anglers, won an Elite Series here in the Hydrilla.
So
that FLW he's talking about, there was this area that Jordan's in, the entire thing was some of the most beautiful hydrilla I've ever seen, as far as you could see.
I mean, and everything
Growing
else
out
I
to
did
like
in
15
practice
feet of
was
water.
just-
Wow.
I caught some fish off the bank, but it was nothing exciting.
I believe Chris Johnson won that event, and then Buddy Gross within a couple of years. And we talked to Buddy yesterday. I'm like, man, did you mine any of that history? Because Buddy dominated here, some offshore grass, not too long ago. And he said, man, I cannot get them to go, and
feel like
there's
you
not
see
a lot of grass
tournaments
left
in
in those
Florida.
areas.
Kind of have big weight swings a lot of times with whoever comes out on top. Catch a big bag, catch 10 pounds, and then slam the door with a big bag.
Play a little defense after you run the score up, says Jordan Osborne, and that is the Florida way a lot of times. It just is it's a state where most of the fisheries, you don't have those days where your 20-pound bag consists of 5 4-pounders. And all these lakes have a ton of 4-pounders in them and bigger bass. But it's like what we saw with Vincent yesterday. You got an 18-pound bag with a 9-pounder and a 5-pounder. That's that, and you'll hear guys say, that's a typical Florida bag, but it's just kind of how it goes down here. You know, versus, say, a Tennessee River where you might get on a school that's just nothing but 4-pounders.
Well,
you may never see a 7-pounder, but you're going to catch a lot of 4s.
Right. Like Derek Lettinen is kind of one of those unusual bags for here. You know, that consistent, higher quality.
Hasn't had a big one yet.
It's just wadded up.
Does get that kicker. Like you said, we've seen guys with 4 and 5-pounders in the box with 14 ounces.
Clumpy and
I feel like covering the NPFL and being around tournament fishing as long as I have been, that I should have had this on my bingo card, but I did not have the cold front, mid-March cold front on my bingo card when this event, when the schedule came out originally. Because normally you kind of start avoiding.
Dude, 2026 has been wild for weather. I ain't got to tell you that. Y'all boys in Tennessee got ate up. We did at the house in Virginia. And Florida's got a taste of it. It's been a wild, wild winter and early spring.
I came home from the Bassmaster Classic right to tornadoes that night in my community.
Same here.
Craziness. And then snow the next day. And then to Florida, where it is colder here than it is at my house in Tennessee, which is crazy. Unheard of. This is normally where I want to migrate from January to March every year. Jordan Osborne back over to Brandon Cobb. While we were hanging with Jordan.
Bet it was a gar. Oh, maybe not. It was a bass. And I got him. You showed yourself, buddy. You gave your position away. Not big.
Some like Call of Duty stuff right there he's talking.
He is number 5.
You got sniped.
Screen picker.
Almost a 2-pounder. 196. Number 5. I guess just so I don't have them all 5 in one side. That's not a big fish, but we'll put them in that side now so they're not piled in each other. Bet that was the same fish. We got a limit. Submit a catch. It was 196, so we're gonna call him 115. And my phone is not working because my fingers are wet. 5,153 pounds.
Killing it.
I think they'd know that was a typo. What do you think?
Hey, the league just said they wanted weights entered. They didn't. They weren't specific.
Bigger the better.
Break the internet, Cobby.
Oh, pulling that secret satchel out.
Is that a shaving kit?
I figured that fish swirled on it, and I flipped where he swirled first, but he didn't bite it. And I figured he followed it for a second, so I pitched like 3 feet behind where I threw, where he swirled, and I figured that's where he came from, and he did. All right, let me check them things, make sure they're not tangled up. I don't want any of these little ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're all good, and 1, we're good. All right.
Very important what he just did there, because if he would have made a cast with the 6 bass in the box, penalty.
Well, that's probably about everything in here I need to look at. Fish your way out.
Todd Alton currently in 4th place. Back to Zack Burge, your unofficial tournament leader.
Buddy.
Thought he had it, felt him smack it.
Had a wild flurry.
One after another, son.
And was about, he said 18 pounds was his goal, and then he got there, and he's like, I'm going to push it a little bit, but it has slowed for him.
Yes, it has. Well, he's probably went up and down this son of a gun a few times by now.
Didn't take long to get a bite on
he did lay
swim
down the
jig.
chatterbait.
Yes. You saw him pick up the spinner rod.
I don't like that hook. That hook, see how much bend that thing's got? Yeah, I don't want to bend it out either. Let me just switch back that other one. If I do miss another one and then I get like butthurt about it. I don't want it. I don't
Get in
want
your
that.
head.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't want that to be a culprit.
Dude, these guys, little details make a big difference.
If I'm gonna miss one, I want to be confident that I should have stuck him anyway. And that hook scares me some. I don't even know what kind of swim jig that is. I wish I had a.
That's good insight by Burge. You know, a lot of us weekend warriors, whatever, we didn't pay attention to anything like that.
Version. It looks just like a bluegill. Heck, my hands, man, they're just shaking like crazy. That thing looks pretty juicy to me. Looks like bluegill. Bass eat bluegills. I'm gonna give them a meal. All they gotta do is bite it. I think that's a pretty good theory.
And that kind of piggybacks on what you were talking about earlier about those bluegill bids and just that spawn and being a part of their pattern.
And this hook is more of a, like this is a finesse version of a swim jig, and I think this hook, being that I'm kind of making some long casts, would stick one a little bit better, I feel. Oh yeah. Now we're cooking.
Another 4-pounder would put him in that 20-pound mark. Only 3 bags over 20 yesterday. That drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. You surprised by that? Being as
yeah, I
we're in
was.
Florida?
I really was surprised by that. I was surprised at the gap. You know, they were stacked up in that 10-pound, 11-pound range. A lot of boys with 10-something, 11-something, a lot. But I was surprised we didn't see more high teen bags than 20-plus for sure. Because it is Florida. It's the land of the giants. You know, people move to Florida because of the quality of bass. And we know they're here just with this
14.
weather and everything else.
So we need one more good one and we can cruise. I'd like to leave with one more good one.
Well, he's looking for one more good one.
Make me feel better anyways. I mean, I'm extremely happy with what I got, but I really feel like if I catch one more and then if something magical happens tomorrow, I think it would set me up better if I had over 20 today. It's crazy because you can go around this thing like this and not get a bite. But you can very easily go around it and catch 3 or 4, just bam, bam, bam. I thought maybe the swim jig being a little more subtle than the chatterbait might generate a bite or two. I think they'd eat it if I could just swim it in front of him.
Burge and the boys.
Gonna hear one gobble at him.
Little old baby gator.
I'm sorry, my mind's on turkeys. Always. Turkey season's open.
Sucker looks like he'd tear your finger up.
It is.
Look at that little rascal.
Cute as a button.
Sitting there looking at him, and it still made me jump when he took off.
It's gonna really upset T-Roy.
He'll bring him back. He'll bring him to Big Al on a stick. Could you imagine T-Roy? Because T-Roy is that dude. For y'all folks that don't know, T-Roy's fishing with us these days.
T-Roy Broussard.
Buddy.
Swamp People fame. Yeah, he'll put one on
And
Big
a cool
Al.
cat. Oh, yeah, he will.
Here, Al, brought you something. 2-foot gator out of his pocket.
That's one of the things I do love about Florida. You never know what you're going to see. It's just it's its own place. It's like when you cross that state line, you're going to a portal to a whole different world.
That's a fact. To be as developed as it is now, still so wild in so many corners of it. And that owl is having a time. A bird's gonna gobble. Every non-turkey hunter in the chat wondering what in the heck I'm talking
Daggone
about.
Osceolas.
Yeah, don't get me going.
The world champion caller back in the day.
Back-to-back in 87, I heard.
Back in 87, yeah. You've heard of Michael Waddell. They used to call me Michael Waddle. Wah, wah.
Used to call you night and oh hell. Be here all week, folks.
Don't tell them that. They won't come back.
This is our first event of a 6-event regular season.
Can't help myself.
Go pick that chatterbait back up. He's like, I wasn't going to show it to him anymore, but you know what? Why not?
Oh, hooked up.
Oh, boy.
There's one thing they
Well,
really
you look
like
bigger
in
than
that
that
little
motherfucker.
ditch.
I don't think he's gonna help. Thank you.
Somebody on a huffy.
You need to be bigger
Again.
than 2. Oh, I got a 2-1. I think I had a 2-1. 114. Ain't gonna cut. 2-1. I thought I got rid of him.
Jordan Osborne now has a limit. Move back up to 3rd.
I think that's my sign right there. Pick it back up and get a bite. So.
Well, I can't complain. I mean, I got a couple. I've had 3 decent bites.
Greg,
I mean, I know any flip I could catch a 5+. I mean, seeing some of these fish, in the beds, some of these buck bass, if you hit a place where the females have pulled up, which, we got one kind of like that earlier. I'm getting close to being committed to this lake doing this, at this point. I had that good one come off, and it was kind of in line with how I was getting the other bites. I've been through 2 or 3 other things that were similar now and haven't gotten an upgrade, but I got one more little section right here to look at and see what happens. Still got time. I could go a little ways and check something. I wouldn't have a lot of time to really work it, but I could at least give it a look. Or I can, kind of grind it out and do what I've been doing all morning. I mean, I've had three good bites to this point. Got 2 in the box out of those. So the potential's there to have a decent day. It's not gonna, it'd take another great big one to be a 20+ kind of day, but the potential for 17 to 19 probably is still there doing this. Would set us up for tomorrow. It's completely different than what I did yesterday, but I had a good day yesterday, but I was really riding that 9-pounder, and it just wasn't something I felt good enough about duplicating. So we gave this a shot, and we got a decent start to it. Seeing some things that make me think there's some fish coming. Just trying to find that place where it's really happening. This section I've been in the last little bit hadn't been quite as hot. It's got a few bites.
Greg
just having to
breaking it down, and Zack Burge.
You want to fish it right. You don't want to
making friends.
Blow through it as much as I want to.
That's what I want Zack to bring back to Big Al.
Because the right tiny little section, you could fish right over it. So trying to give it a real shot, but nothing happens here in a little bit. We'll make another little move one way or the other.
Tell you what, Greg better
kind of
be
deciding whether to stay on Harris or go through, eat up some time to go check something and see if it's happening over on one of the other lakes. But I'd be giving up a lot of time. I could make a lot of flips in that amount of time. So it's kind of the decisions you make that make you or break you. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. Trying to, kind of listen to what the fish have done to this point. Getting a few bites, seeing the potential to catch a good bag today. Just got to keep working. I feel like some of those bigger fish, I caught a 5-pounder with 5 minutes left yesterday. I had a 9 and 4 little ones yesterday, then I caught a 5 in the last 5 minutes. And it was in this section of the lake, so that's on my mind too, is that they've been kind of mostly small to this point, but at any minute, especially in Florida, it's heating up. Those bigger fish decide to move up, it could change quick. But it doesn't change the fact that this is painfully slow. Slow fishing. I like to fish this way. I just wish it was happening a little quicker. Be a little more predictable. But that's Florida.
Burge changing it up again. Top water action.
Keep throwing what I know they'll bite, because that was 2 bites. Throwing it in a matter of minutes.
And as I say that, back to the chatterbait.
I'm going to go down this left side to that island. I'm going to get my flipping bait back out and come back up the other side that we started on, and then turn around and probably throw my chatterbait back down, and then we're going to get out of here, whether I upgrade or not. Looking like I'm going to need some of these for tomorrow. We're hunting for one more good one. We need one more upgrade. Of course, we've been saying that now for a little while. I just lost it. I had it a second ago. Just for a second, he come off. As soon as I picked chatterbait back up, I got 2 bites quick. I figure that's my sign. I should probably just keep throwing it. You constantly have that voice in your head, though, saying, man, I wonder if they'll bite this. I wonder if they'll bite that. So you kind of want to try it. Give it an effort, but the minute you go like 5 minutes throwing it and don't get a bite, you're like, eh. Let me pick back up what's working. And you catch 2 back to back. So, smart guy would say you probably ought to stick with what's working. Come on, big dog.
Zack Burge off to a fast and furious start here on day number 2, picking up where he left off on day number 1 on the Harris chain. Weighed in 22 pounds yesterday, and he's got around 18 and some change today, unofficially, of course. In fact, he is in the driver's seat and then some on day 2.
He's dangerous. And just because we're watching everything else, Nick Brown is one of the only ones we've seen really catapult off camera, paying attention to that catch track. He's really making moves, but man, watching what Zack Burge is doing, where he's at, how he's doing it, is different than anybody else we're watching, from the clarity of the water, from having that isolated canal area.
Consistency.
Very consistent. We watched him catch 3 or 4 fish back to back to back earlier, and he's milking it for all it's worth. I say that, let me stop. Not necessarily milking it for all it's worth, but he wants to get to 20 pounds, and then he's going to bust a gate and do a 98 back to the house. Let me ask you this. Is he going to have that place to himself tomorrow? Because it seems like it's a one-angler situation.
It's definitely not. He can't handle any more pressure, I would think, because he's being very careful. You can see he's not just fishing it to death. I mean, he's
very methodical.
Yes, he's definitely calculated in where he's casting it. That's why he put the chatterbait down. That's his best bait, and why he's trying to make other things work, because he doesn't want to show too many of them that chatterbait, but then he goes a little bit without a bite. He picks a chatterbait up and he gets a bite. So it's all kind of a mind game with himself right now. But I'd say absolutely does not need any company. Hopefully that will not be the case for him on Showdown Saturday.
Because things keep going the way they're going for him. He makes it back. Tomorrow is the longest day of fishing for him. He'll be the first flight out, last flight in. So he shouldn't have any trouble beating the NPFL anglers there. But it is Harris Chain of Lakes.
Beautiful Saturday.
It is going to be a beautiful Saturday.
Yeah. You never know. You never know.
How does he, so many questions. Like, how would he handle that? How does he do it? He's a pro. He's a professional. And he's also on the Swole Patrol. So
you're saying between the sunglasses and the handlebar mustache, you're not going in there.
Zack Burge puts his hands on a man. They're going to know it. Not saying that he has that in mind, but I'm here for it if he does.
You're trying to build up some drama that's not even happening. I
want to
like
protect
it.
that kind of place at all costs, and where we are, man. This sport that we're in, there's no other sport like it that can be affected by the public like this can.
Right.
There could be guys at home watching right now. I'm not giving y'all any ideas, but it's all part of the story. When you have a good spot like this, all that's got to be in your back of the head for Showdown Saturday.
I guarantee it. But you know what he's probably thinking about more than that?
Tell me.
That NPFL Shield, because he just won a BPT. He's got that big momentum rolling. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. The Zack Burge occupies the top spot on unofficially here as we get closer to 12 o'clock on day number 2. Zack Burge, 17-15 unofficially, going to have him a little over 40 pounds for 2 days. But Nick Brown, been the big mover today so far, 12-10 on day 1, and boom, 23-7 with an 8-pounder in the box unofficially, and a 6, but room to grow. We could see Nick go over that 25-pound mark today easily. Fat Cat, I really believe. Jordan Osborne, the day 1 leader, still hanging around. Todd Alton, Derek Lettenden, another fantastic day for Derek. Greg Vincent, Ray Hanselman, Brock Mosley, Brandon Cobb, and Kyle Glasgow rounding out your unofficial top 10 here as we get to almost to the lunchtime hour here at day number 2.
Dude, I mean, just looking at those day 1 weights compared to day 2, it's
a lot more limits across the board early, in my opinion, looking at the catch track so far. But then we only cover the top 5. It's been tough on a lot of our anglers.
very happy. And we talked about that coming to
Bike-wise.
this event, like being consistent with those weights, and that top 10 is right on par with what we talked about. It's going to be so hard to follow it up, and the guys that can follow it up are.
There was a
time
this morning where I wanted to go ahead and just give this to Burge, but I think we're a long ways from that. That is for sure. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for more Harris Chain action in just a few moments.
In tournament angling, every moment counts. Introducing MillerTech's game-changing lithium batteries. Lightweight, powerful, your edge to dominate. When every second matters, choose MillerTech. Empower, innovate, sustain.
Since 1971, Bass Cap Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Bass Cap Boats. Feel the rush.
There's more to explore. Humminbird Explorer fish finders make breaking down the water effortless with an intuitive interface and best-in-class clarity. Zero in on the best place for a bite with more precision, more included maps, and more underwater detail. Then, keep your eyes on the prize. With the bright, easy-to-read display, you can view in any fishing condition. Because when you see clearly and fish smarter, you get more out of every moment. Explorer fish finders, only from Humminbird.
This is the Professional Precision Adjust Knife Sharpener by WorkSharp, with engineered simplicity to be fast, easy to use, and work every time. Clamp your knife, set your angle, and make sharp happen. Sharpen EDCs, pen knives, kitchen knives, and serrated blades. Sharpen every knife you own. The digital angle indicator gives you precise and repeatable results. 7 abrasive grits from coarse diamond to leather strop. The small knife table sharpens pen knives at low angles. And a blade clamp support for sharpening longer blades. It's all included. Make sharp happen.
Hey, I'm Christian Sloop. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at Lake Ridge Winery and Vineyards. We opened our doors back in 1989. My grandfather is actually the original founder, so I'm the 3rd generation owner-operator here at Lake Ridge Winery. I'm proud to still grow all the muscadine grapes were planted back in the day and produce award-winning wines. Feel free to come out here. We've got tours and tastings daily from 10 to 5 p.m. and then on Saturday we'll have live music. We'll do that tasting festival style. There'll be live music. You've got a food court out there, wine bar to enjoy. The tastings are $5 and tours are always free. If you want to reach out to us via phone, it's 352-394-8627. If y'all are in the area, we'd love to have you out here at Lake Ridge Winery and Vineyards, do a tour and tasting, and hopefully shop.
I got plenty of just about everything except what I'm looking for. I thought I had a pack. Run out of my good trailer I've been using, so I'm hunting for our next best option right now. And it doesn't look like I'm gonna have any. Let me think. Check this bag. Just in case. Oh, there we go. That'll work. That will work, I would say. It's real similar to what I have. It's got to work because I don't got any more of them. So. Yeah, I try to stay organized. If I don't, I feel like I'm lost. Okay, let's see.
What bait is that?
I don't even know what they call it, to be honest with you. Some kind of straight king bait. I have no clue what it's called. But it looks pretty good on there, so we're gonna give it a whirl. Should work. We'll know here pretty quick. We throw it around for 10 or 15 minutes without a bite, it may not work. As soon as I picked the chatterbait back up, I caught 4. Lost a good one and caught some rats. So that tells me that they really wanted to bite this today. Because I fished with all kind of other stuff down through there and really didn't get any bites. Got real slow, picked this back up and instantly got more bites. So we're gonna stick with it for a little bit. I am gonna come back down that side and flip them reeds because there's some hydrilla mats. I think I can put like a 3/4 ounce weight on and pitch right in the edge of it. Probably catch a couple. I need to do it today while I've got plenty of time. That way I'll know if I come in here tomorrow if it's worth messing with or not. I don't know if they're gonna bite this trailer. Might should go with something a little more translucent. That other one I was throwing was a little more orange in it. This one got a little more chartreuse. It's not, yeah. I caught them on the same chatterbait, but my trailer had a little more orange in it. Not real sure. It may not make a difference,
Like I said, we should know pretty quick, but you obviously have a lot more confidence with a bait when you have it dialed in exactly like you know they'll eat it versus trying to experiment a trailer. I've seen trailers make like a significant difference. So I just hope this isn't one of them days where the trailer does matter. It very well could not get bit at all. Actually, what I ought to do is I got another bluegill colored chatterbait tied on with, I think, a good colored trailer. I should probably try that one. I might have to hit Jordan up, see if I can get a bait off him tonight instead of him getting baits off me. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna catch one. That right there looks, I mean, beautiful. It's right where we started this morning. Got bit real quick. It's perfect to flip too. Go up here to this aisle and I'm gonna spin around. See, even some activity over there.
We're going to slide over to
on,
Mr.
baby.
Alton. See how he's making out? Look at that right there, boy.
Slow grind. We trying some other stuff where I'd got some bites in practice, and it just hadn't worked out yet, but you know, we still got plenty of time. Just gonna keep trying some of this, and there's a lot more boats over here on this side than I was hoping, so we might make a move again here in a minute. I've been able to upgrade a little bit, but it's only like ounces at a time. Pretty tough. If I can get 1 or 2 big bites today, would help me stay up there, but right now I can't even get out of this mess. This is like the jungle.
Ooh, knees.
Or get old dock bite.
Still holding on to that top 5 position, setting 4th currently, according to that catch track, powered by Fishing Chaos.
See if we can slide back in here, these little holes, these fishing little open areas. About the only thing you can do in here.
Remember a tournament here one time where Bobby Lane, the infamous Florida bass catcher that he is, was doing this, going through the Kissimmee grass, the hay grass, to get to the back side of it where it opened up a little bit. You got some cypress knees. They're super, super shallow in some of these dock posts, but that fish will definitely, and I think it's for something different, right? We saw that with a couple anglers also in 2021 here in that May event.
Getting in between. Oh, yes, sir. You're right. We did.
I think Bryant Smith was one of those guys.
And also, too, in my experience, the clarity will be different. You'll have that band, that thin band will have a little bit cleaner water.
Let's move on down the bank just a little ways, probably a few hundred yards.
Little quad box action.
All right.
In the boat with Brandon Cobb.
That's a good one.
Oh, baby. It's alive.
Swing him your way. Get in the boat. Nice.
Boom goes a dynamite.
Bass. Biggest one I've caught all day.
What is it?
I caught some yesterday. That's why you're live on YouTube right now.
What's the opposite of a Karen?
That's a good one.
What's that lady? Nice lady.
That's awesome.
See what it weighs. We get rid of a 12 ouncer, so it's going to gain a lot. Gotta get rid of number one.
She said, I've never seen anybody catch one here.
Almost a 4-pounder. 388.
Snuck his way back into the top 10 unofficially. That's going to move him up.
Gives us 10. Get rid of number one.
Atta boy.
It actually slipped to 11, but with this cold, that'll get him. He said that's 10 pounds. That'll get him.
He jams some steel right there,
math
too, boy.
Is correct. Should get him up,
There's the
around
call.
6th place.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Put him in the better side. And these all look all right. All right, so 388. Put him in as 313. 313. Submit. Good one, finally. He was up there shallow. Old swim jig.
6th place.
See if we get no.
As it updates in real time. See, that's why we like the catch track.
That's right.
I knew that was a good one. I saw him come shark it. Like a tuna coming up there and eating it.
Swim jig with that mid-size Z-crawl.
She said, I've never seen anybody catch one here. I'm gonna turn that live well higher. I had one little one in there that he looked fine, but he looked a little bewildered. He's got one eye though. I think that's why.
That little fella been through it.
Told you I didn't need that other 12 ouncer that I threw back a minute ago. Well, that was one of the right bites. Yeah. Almost an entire 3 pounds with a 3-something. They're starting to bite.
That's what we like to hear.
Yes, it is.
A bite window opening.
Also, it got to make a man feel good for a lady to say, I've never seen nobody catch one here. You never met Brandon Cobb. He'll catch him at the kitchen sink. Come on.
Bet it made him feel a lot better than, you can't fish here.
Yeah, no doubt.
That'll happen from time to time. The Florida bass are notorious for, they like to be warm. These cold mornings definitely don't help things.
And that's one thing going in the right direction for the anglers. It's constantly getting warmer.
It's going to be the warmest night tonight leading into,
I think, a high of 80 some tomorrow. Didn't see much cloud cover in the forecast.
We're on Greg Vincent's audio. Now Greg's primarily been pitching and flipping the Kissimmee grass, hay grass. Had a 9-pounder yesterday. Caught a 5-pounder with 5 minutes to go to kind of vault him into the top 5. He looked right at us. He's like, hey, boys, it was that kind of day, but we'll take it. And in Florida, you kind of got to take what you can get in terms of getting one of those better than average bites. And, man, when you get blessed with a 9-pounder, it's certainly – Brandon Cobb hooked up again. My ADD almost can't handle the quad box.
11:30.
Well, not only has she seen Brandon Cobb catch one,
Gone.
she's now seen him catch 2. And they are eating us.
Buddy.
Let's see. He calls a 125. Number 2. It's a 2-pounder. Number 2.
Steadily upgrading.
Decent swap. Hey, hey. I'm all right. Yes, sir. I think that was number 8. 8 between 12 and 15. Yes, sir. Over 16 inches? 1. I got 1 4-pound fish, so.
Here's a little survey, okay.
Oh, the Bobby Green jeans.
Hooked the gar, but have not landed anything else. 29649. Thank you.
Also, look at your social security
Let
number.
me check the fish. That was kind of too many things going on at once.
Yeah, good man. Check it out. Smart.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Doing surveys, catching bass. All right, we're back after.
Multitasking.
It's getting better.
Can I talk to you about your car's extended?
Maybe I will get up on the bank today. No, he did the same thing in practice. Survey. He's already surveyed me once this week. I thought that one missed it.
You know what Brandon
that
did
one
not
was a
do?
good aggressive bite. That was a
That's true.
He didn't update
whirler.
catch track.
That's okay. He's on live.
He's been doing a good job for us.
A great job.
I think that was a
Being
gar that
very
swirled up
honest.
there. Actually, I know that was a gar, but I did it. He was 2.7 or 2.11 or something. I put him in 2.1. Might have undershot him just an ounce or so, but that's about what he was.
That would be about a half-pound coal for Brandon.
Gar.
Slide him
Spawning
up
up
into
there.
the top 5, I believe.
I don't know if like the fish that are eating this if they're like shad spawn fish and there's not much of a shad spawn, or if they're spawning, or if they're just there. Like, I don't know what they're doing. Don't really care though, as long as they're there.
I was going to say, the great Gerald Swindle once said, it ain't got to make sense, it's just got to work.
That's right.
That's all that matters.
I'll be fine catching me. Enough to do well.
Go from Cobb over to Jordan Osborne.
Your day one leader. 28 pounds, and just that bag alone keeping him in third place today. He's got a small limit in the box, but no giants like day one saw.
Still holding on to that third place unofficially, according to that catch track. Big fish for today is 2 pounds 6 ounce. And the other 4 are all under 2 pounds.
Well, we got 3 hours left. Man, well, I feel like I'm getting the bites. I haven't been able to put them in the boat or hook up with them. I don't really know what the deal there is. No, man, conditions are, to me, about the same. The wind's not blowing as bad. It seems like maybe it's a little higher pressure today. I don't really know. I think I'm going to make a move, though. Yeah.
Jordan Osborne going to make a move. Trying to relocate some of those Harris chain hosses that he found yesterday. We've got a lot of our anglers moving around the Harris chain with a Yamaha strapped to the back of their rigs. And it sure pays to run a Yamaha. The NPFL agrees to pay $5,000 to any angler that is powered by Yamaha outboard that wins a regular season event, and then $1,000 if someone doesn't win, going to the highest finishing Yamaha outboard owner, $1,000. You know, in fact, I've got one of those Yamahas. What do we get for being in studio? Anything? Do you know?
Nothing.
All right. Well, we'll go to commercial break on that. See if I can get some fine print somewhere to see how I'm eligible. We'll be back for more Harris chain action in just a few moments.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
Is your trolling motor working for you, or are you working for your motor? Minn Kota Ultrex trolling motors are built to outmaneuver anything, so all you have to focus on is the bass. Steering with unrivaled precision from an ultra-responsive foot pedal, getting you to the fish day after day, and turning any spot into a stronghold season after season. Minn Kota Ultrex is built to fish.
In the world's greatest sport, it's all about the unexpected. In the sound of adventure, we refuse to be strangers to the open waters, filled with stories we didn't know were possible. With the power of MillerTech batteries, this isn't just a battery. It's a tool built to charge your passion. Behind every battery is a team dedicated to making your dreams a reality. MillerTech. Empower. Innovate. Sustain.
Hey guys, it's NPFL Pro Andrew Upshaw, and today I'm going to tell you about the one bait that I think is going to play this week in Florida. You know, obviously we have a cold front. It's kind of chilly right now, I'm not going to lie. And that time, when that kind of stuff happens here in Florida, and just about any lake when you're dealing with Florida strain bass, is you got to be really particular about how you present your baits. And that's when I turn to a hybrid hunter. You know, a Strike King hybrid hunter, it's that L-shaped bill. I'm gonna go fishing for fish that they are gonna have to react to my baits. You know, like I'm gonna rip it out of hydrilla and things like that. That is a big key. Sweet shad, I've got a couple other secret colors tied on right now that I can't show you either. But usually if it's a hydrilla bite, we got a cold front, the hybrid hunter is the way to go. Now, your setup is key with this. You need 17-pound P-line tactical fluorocarbon, and I actually have a Tackle Warehouse exclusive. This is the Todd Castledine, the man himself, hybrid hunter rod. Now, granted, there was only 250 of these made, and I got one of them. I got number 88 of 250, but it's a 7.5-foot rod. It's pretty stiff, and that's what you need about ripping that bait out of the grass. But a 7.5-to-1 gear ratio reel completes the setup. Guys, when you're fishing in Florida, you want to try to catch the biggest fish out there. That Strike King hybrid hunter will get the job done.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain, and some great stuff with Andrew Upshaw. That hybrid hunter certainly will put them in the boat when it comes to cranking grass. Now, I don't know about all that Todd Castledine Signature Series rod business he was talking about. I'm not trying to have one of those or anything. I feel like I'd bring some bad juju to the boat, but, you know, to each their own. Upshaw. That hybrid hunter, man. Todd had a lot of input in that bait, and so of course they let him design a custom luge rod for it. That bait the last time that I believe it was the tournament Buddy Gross one here on the Bass hooked up, Greg Vincent.
Help a little bit. He'll help a little bit. Not the 5-pounder we were looking for, but see how white and clean this fish is? That's a new fish that's come in. That's why I keep staying hung up. I know he's a giant, but that's why I'm staying hung up with this pattern, because I'm seeing these clean fish in these spawning places. You'll get rid of
we saw him this morning, man.
1-pounder. It's not a lot. It'll get us about 8 ounces.
Some of the first stuff this morning was him talking about catching a pre-spawn. Like he's in that area where he thinks they're moving in, and that is a rare thing this week here at Harris Channel Lakes. Everybody you talk to, it's moving away from that.
You just never know when you swing that bat what you're going to connect with.
Seems like it's going to be isolated areas.
A little bit of an upgrade, not a giant, but looking at the weights yesterday, it's going to be tight. We need the 4s, 5s, and 6s, but we'll take ounces right now. It's been a minute. I came back to this other zone where I was catching those clean fish earlier, and there's another clean fish. Same old net bait, bait fuel, big bopper. Dropped it in there. He was on it as soon as it got in there. Just keep hoping one of these holes would drop in there and old girlfriend's moved in there.
Big booty Judy.
Greg lost a 4+ pounder.
On the line earlier in that place. It is. Really need to change rods, but I don't want to stop. But I'm probably going to here in a second.
It was heartbreaking. We saw him lose a good one earlier.
There's the other
hooked up.
So same hole. 2 fish in the same hole. I thought that was going to be a big girl because I thought that was the male. I don't know if he's going to help. But check it. I thought that was going to be the male. I mean the female. Same hole. We got a 1-3 we're trying to get rid of. I don't know if that's going to do it. No. Oh, when I felt that bite, I thought it was her. Because I was thinking in my mind, he's already gone. So that's her. Unfortunately, that was him, not her. Hers already in there. Hers just not real big.
Don't you know when his line jumped, though?
Man. Dude, whatever they were spraying on that water earlier was some, I'm assuming that's what it was. Some wicked stuff.
Interesting.
I mean, there's a chance you got a brim bed here. I've seen brim beds in these type places already too. So some of these could be fish hanging close to a brim bed that I've caught. So early post spawn, you get a little bit of everything. All right, we got to change this over. If you want to take a break, I can't do that rod anymore.
From Vincent over to Burge.
About to flip me one up right here.
A little bit different, little change of pace for Zack.
That one would have made me eat a frog.
Not a change of scenery, though.
Well, we're hunting for that one more fish. Decided to pick up a flipping stick and go down that reed clump where all that grass had blown up in there. It looked really good and the water was clean. Got a couple of little bites, little ones. Figured I'd make make one more swing through here and flip a couple of these mats that I haven't flipped or messed with yet. See if I can get a bite, and then I'm gonna pick my chatterbait up. A little while ago when I picked it back up, I got 4 bites pretty quick, so figure I'll make one more good pass around it, and then if I catch one, great. If not, we'll get out of here and we'll make our way back. And I got some stuff I want to do on my way back, and I think I can maybe upgrade a couple times. I forgot I had a 2-1 was my small one, so I really need to get rid of him. I've had an opportunity or two, but I've missed them. It's all right. We still got 5 hours of fishing time left. So we'll get it done. The day is still young. 7-pounders help the cause a lot, though. You got one of them, that's our bag today, basically. That was a good first fish to settle with and get the day going. Usually these little mats like this normally has some fish on them. Caught enough fishing through here that I know there's a population of fish that's right through here, so I should be getting bit.
Zack was talking about on day 1, had an early boat number, but he and his dad were actually talking at the ramp about the boat ride down and that bass cat feeling the rush, and he said, yeah, I was the first one to the lock by a long shot. Zack likes to make that bass cat purr.
Big old alligator.
There's Leroy Jenkins.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big lizard.
T-Roy Broussard toothpick's what it is.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, little quad box action.
Look at you reading.
I just guessed.
So much has changed in 6 years with you. I don't even know who you are
Come a
anymore.
long ways. Six years, man. Season 6. Stop number 1. We're here. Caw, caw.
All right, here's gonna be the trick right here. Remove that trailer. That doesn't work. Dig out another one. Should.
Yeah, dude, listening to him earlier, his insight on trailers and how important they are, like we talk about, man, small details make a big difference. First, he was talking about the hook and the angle of the hook and talking about the trailers.
Whether it's a swim jig or a chatterbait or a regular jig, trailer matters to me as much as, I mean, honestly, the color and size of the bait you're throwing.
For sure.
As far as what it's going to do, how it's going to impact the action
profile,
of that
the
bait.
presentation,
Yes.
yeah, everything about it, how it moves, where it stays in the water column.
Water temperature.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
as
one
far
thing
as
too.
action.
Absolutely.
Man, monitoring Todd Alton's audio, and sounds like he's on deadliest catch.
But look at it. She got a little chop to her. And Sig Hansen out there in the background.
Seen some shad flip. Pitched in there. This is a good little shad spawn bank. You better be quick, that's all I got to say, because you don't have long to hit it.
Heard that before.
Brandon Cobb said earlier, Florida bass don't like wind. Todd Alton is trying to prove him wrong. His Carolina brother. Back to Burge from the quad box.
There's some under there. That proved it. He ain't a 2-1.
He crossed his eyes, boy.
I knew that looked fishy. I mean, that fish was like right up there by the cut bank. It's a good sign. I need to keep that honest as we go around this thing again.
I mean, look. I don't want to say other guys are unraveling, but this dude is steadily putting pieces together.
Just trying to,
buddy,
make this little corner work.
Getting scarier and scarier, though.
That'll call the 2-1.
And they bite in flurries.
Yes, we've seen it. You're right.
All right, let's see. That's probably a 210 or so.
Pretty sure that swim jig just landed in that one's mouth. Like as it hit the
6
water,
ounces.
it seemed like.
2.7. All right, now the fun part.
Hole for Burge.
We got to hunt for Pee-wee.
Fat Cat Newton just said was dangerous.
These
Now
guys
we're
are
culling.
pissed off at the world.
Showing 17-15 unofficially. So this will put him unofficially over that 18-pound mark. Get him closer to that 41 pounds for 2 days. Unofficially, of course.
There he is. That's him. Six ounces. I lost 80 grand at Saginaw because of 1 ounce, so.
Yep. Yeah, he did.
See ya, homie.
Bite tomorrow.
All right, let's get after it.
Peace.
Come on, big. That fish was dirt shallow, man. I threw right up there real close. I can kind of see that bank a little bit better now. It looks like it's almost like a some kind of, it's either sand or something they built that with.
You know large margs laid up in the cut marinating through there somewhere.
I think we found a trailer that will work on this too.
By far, he's done the most damage on live today. It's just been...
It's just little clusters of bites.
It is.
But it did seem like there was a long time, not that he didn't pull back, but he started experimenting, doing some different things. The chatterbait's been the bulk. Now he's throwing a swim jig.
Had to spin a rod up earlier like we were talking about.
Once he kind of got to that weight, his goal weight, he started experimenting with the spinning rod.
A little bit of top water.
Wacky rig, little buzz frog. We've seen some different things from him.
But he goes back to that chatterbait.
Comes another one of those biker gangs.
See, they're doing it right. They're in the area designated for bikes. I appreciate them folks. It's the one driving down the back roads. Roads ain't got no shoulders or yellow lines, and they're out there.
Hey, man.
Hey, you want to play hide and seek? Got a hide and seek tournament, man. Y'all bring y'all's hits and we'll play Xbox after. Not it.
What's that? Yeah, that's what I was just thinking too.
We watch Zack Burge try to knock down $100,000 here in NPFL Live. We want to talk to you about something all new from the National Professional Fishing League, and that is the Legion. And this is an access membership, Fat Cat, to not only support the NPFL, but you get a little sneak peek behind the scenes, and you can watch NPFL Live the way you choose to watch it. With the NPFL multi-view, you get the raw, unedited feed. You can choose the angler that you want to see, and you really get that Wizard of Oz view that we have behind the scenes here in the studio. Of course, everybody's getting that, what we call the program feed, but you and I, Fat Cat, we kind of know what's going on. We get to see all of it. Well, now you can too. It's like $30 for an entire year. You also, with this membership, you get 20% off at tacklewarehouse.com. I signed up last night and they voided my membership, in case you want to know. I
don't blame them.
Employees apparently not allowed to be Legion members, but you get 20% off at Tackle Warehouse, another 20% off on all NPFL gear, TNPFL.com, and exclusive gear.
And it pays for itself, right? Because you get 20% off at Tackle Warehouse. You go over there, spend a couple $100, boom, you done got that money back.
Get over there, get you some Zack Burge chatterbaits now. Get you some Zoom Z-Crawls. Get you some of them Strike King hybrid hunters. And thank us later. Join the Legion today. and get all things NPFL as we enter season 6 here. The National Professional Fishing League, the Legion. Bringing the boom.
That's what he does.
You remember the Legion of Doom and wrestling? Like, I have a
the
problem.
Legion is bringing
We're
the boom.
The Legion of Boom.
Ooh,
You know,
did
I
he
can't-
just coin something?
I did, maybe.
The Legion of Boom. Shut up. I'm kind of jealous.
I've coined
you
so
came up
many
with that.
things at this point, you know?
No, but none good.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Dream Crusher.
Yeah.
Showdown Saturday. I'm
Yeah,
taking credit for both of them.
I'll give you that.
But the Legion of Boom might be my best.
That is
That might be
good,
my-
dude. That is good. Legion of Boom. Holy crap.
And I also want to say,
Hmm?
I'm probably going to get in trouble for this, for sure, just the beginning of the Legion.
This looks
Just the
so
beginning of
juicy.
Absolutely.
I was
Today.
thinking, like, so I came through here with a chatterbait several times now and didn't really get a lot of bites. I'm thinking, though, I haven't done this yet. It looks like it should set up perfect for them fish to slide up in that grass, maybe just be laying in there. Get a bite or two doing something I haven't done yet. Like I said earlier, it goes back to you're trying things, and I have gotten some flipping bites, so I'm confident they will bite it. I know a big one will eat it. And this looks like any flip. You could flip in there and thump, catch you a 6 or 7 pounder. I guarantee you there's one through here that we went by several times. Might just not be in the biting mood yet.
Or, you know, Zack Burge is around. And he's like, I ain't riding with that guy. He drives fast. Trying to feel the rush today. That feel the hook or the rush. Really a unique area that Zach's kind of settled into, man. You know, you and I were kind of taking a little sneaky peek on Google Earth. Don't really want to blow anybody's
Yeah, we'll go more in
stuff
depth
up.
tomorrow
Yeah,
for sure. We definitely want to talk about it more tomorrow.
But definitely unique, and not when I talked to him yesterday about his day, 22 pounds, 6 ounces yesterday, and he really didn't expect to catch them where he's catching them. And I think when we talked to him this afternoon, he's definitely not expecting to have 2 days in a row like this where it's fast and furious. For sure, but because he had another game plan from the way it sounded yesterday talking to him in the same area, but not in this specific area. And man, has it happy accidents sometimes,
Buddy,
you know?
Ain't that the truth?
But he's definitely, we've talked about this so many times, whether it's Dream Crusher, Patrick Walters, Brandon Pickwick, Perkins, like when these dudes get in
There's got to be one right
close mode, I mean, you can just his whole demeanor, and he is fishing
The foresight.
no doubt, but he's fishing so out of his mind for like the last 2 or 3 years. He's had an incredible career since he started back in I believe it was 2016. Just incredible professional career, but man, in the last couple of years, just putting up some insane numbers. Now, 2 Bass Pro Tour wins. And
It's hard
really
for me to do
wants one of
this
those
many
NPFL
flips and not
shields.
get a bite and keep it in my hand. Everything right now is fighting my chatterbait. It's like, come on, dummy, you just caught 3 little ones back to back to back. Like, pick it back up.
It wasn't a swim jig again. That was a chatter.
Yeah.
I know he keeps trying to make the swim jig work because that's one of his confidence deals. But I said this entire area is basically 2 feet all the way across. Burge in control right now unofficially as we cross the 12:30 mark here on day number 2. Let's take a look back at some of
That
Burge's
just popped out. That's 4 pounder.
Harris chain bass beat down.
That's a pile of meat right there. That fish is thick.
Doing work in his little sneaky spot.
Well, he looked bigger than that one.
On the chain. He said a little earlier that 613.
That's a 6-pounder.
Those dang near 7-pounders make up your bag.
Dude, it felt
is
like a damn.
the story of the day.
Felt like a nit, like literally a bluegill type bite. Oh yeah, how about almost 7-pounder? 613. That's what I'm talking about. Right
He might look like he's grading a calculus test, but he is absolutely running off with this thing on day 2. We'll be right back to the Harris chain for more Zack Burge show at this point.
Tournament angling, every moment counts. Introducing MillerTech's game-changing lithium batteries. Lightweight, powerful, your edge to dominate. When every second matters, choose MillerTech. Empower, innovate, sustain.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
There's more to explore. Humminbird Explorer fish finders make breaking down the water effortless with an intuitive interface and best-in-class clarity. Zero in on the best place for a bite with more precision, more included maps, and more underwater detail. Then, keep your eyes on the prize. With the bright, easy-to-read display, you can view in any fishing condition. Because when you see clearly and fish smarter, you get more out of every moment. Explore fish finders. Only from Humminbird.
This is the Professional Precision Adjust Knife Sharpener by WorkSharp, with engineered simplicity to be fast, easy to use, and work every time. Clamp your knife, set your angle, and make sharp happen. Sharpen EDCs, pen knives, kitchen knives, and serrated blades. Sharpen every knife you own. The digital angle indicator gives you precise and repeatable results. 7 abrasive grits from coarse diamond to leather strop. The small knife table sharpens pen knives at low angles. And a blade clamp support for sharpening longer blades. It's all included. Make sharp happen.
Thanks for welcoming
He will get rid of him.
us back, Brandon Cobb. I can't talk.
I know one thing, you ain't losing on this jig if you get him right. Yeah. He's not big, but I think he's bigger than the one I Or one eye is little. Number 4. Two-pounder. Number 4. Getting close to 12 pounds. Number 4.
Steadily making upgrades, but doesn't have that 5+ pounds.
I believe that's one eye.
Yeah.
Let's see if it's one eye. No, it's not one eye. I guess one eye is the 160. Make sure that's right. I'll weigh him just to be sure before I throw him back, but I'm pretty sure that's right. Let's make sure. He should be about 140. Yep. See, buddy? Put a 2-pounder in. Yeah, one eye is the 160. So now I gotta call one eye.
Old pirate bass.
Yeah, let's put in a 2-pounder.
I feel like they've bonded.
One eye.
Submit.
Take him back to the Carolinas.
Put him back on aquarium.
2-0. And that's it. We good. All right. We're hunting and scratching at them. Not getting any big bites, like 3+ like yesterday, but it's there's a few biting. Which I did have a 6-pounder early yesterday, which made a big difference, but still thought, check out about, now I'm almost to 12, 11 and a half, 11 3/4, so one more big bite and that puts us, it's not big, but might get rid of one eye.
Oh no, not one eye.
I believe he gets rid of one eye.
Oh man. Send him back to fight for his life.
All right, let me get him weighed and tallied.
Can we get some sad music for one eye,
He's
guys?
Gonna do that. He's just a 2-pounder though, 2.06, so two even basically. But that gets us to 12 pounds.
The sad
Number
Hulk
3.
walking away music.
Come here. There's one eye.
Oh man, what a day it's been with one eye.
Dang, buddy, we're gonna miss you, bud.
It's been real, man.
Not much of a call, but a little bit.
Oh.
Good luck, man.
Our next smallest now
Gonna want to hang on the appropriate side of the dock piling, buddy.
is number 5. It's the only one I have less than 2 pounds, but they're all about the
We'll
same.
keep an eye out for you.
Should be. Make sure that looks right. I think I've done well though. Oh yeah. Number 5's over here. He's still good and healthy, and that is our next smallest one. So we're good. That big one
needs that
right,
6-pounder
yeah,
from
he's down on the
yesterday now,
side,
and
but
he's right
all
where he was.
1, 2, 3. All right, let's catch another one. I'm gonna do my rod. That's right.
One-eyed Willie from the Goonies.
Oh.
Is there another one up there?
I don't know if you realize this.
Cool.
They biting for Brandon Cobb
Buddy.
right now. Cobb and Burge again, flurries.
But it's fun catching them on braid, watching them eat it.
I am not mad at the fact that somebody's doing the Alabama Shake with a swim jig on NPFL Live and getting some bites. Somebody that probably would be mad if they could watch NPFL Live today is Wesley Gore, because he was fighting mad that they didn't bite his swim jig yesterday. Nick Brown has upgraded again to 24.6.
So I think the water may have came up, because I'm
Smallest
noticing
is
on some of these
214.
docks I could see a water line yesterday, and I can't see it now. I don't know if it came up any, but it kind of looks like it did, and I wonder if that's why I'm not getting bit on the outside like I was. Not catching was good, but technically if they were on the outside and water came up and they scattered, it would be harder to catch as many good ones because they wouldn't be as congregated on an edge. Could be anywhere up in there. Not sure if that's the case, it kind of feels like it. Because I've had zero bites on the outside edge.
Very good insight from Cobby.
This is how I expected to catch a good one. I'm definitely kind of committed to fishing up shallow more, but I'm throwing on the outside everywhere I can. Not getting any bites.
Cobb hasn't updated his catch track. We've got him unofficially at 7th with 11.6. So a couple more of those upgrades are definitely going to slide him up a little bit. God, somebody making some noise there. Ray Hanselman, who's got some success here in the Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. He's an offshore grass guy typically. Ray was 16.4 today and still room to grow. Got a 2-pounder and a 112 in the box. And really no giants. 5 even, 4.6, 3.2. Just a good bag from Ray. Derek Lettinen still in the mix. Jordan Osborne, though, just goes to show you the strength of a 28-pound bag. 5 for, so actually just upgraded. 5 for 812. Now has Jordan back in second place. He just leapfrogged Nick Brown. We never know what's going to happen.
No, sir.
At NPFLs, but I can assure you, Showdown Saturday will be a large time tomorrow with some potentially, I think we'll see the biggest bag of the week tomorrow.
I agree with you, 100%. I agree.
And with that comes the question is, how big is it? And
yeah, will it be somebody
it?
that caught a 13-pound bag and a 14-pound?
And then right there.
Yes, sir.
At that final weigh-in, you never know. I mean, selfishly, I want it to be somebody we have in the top 5. It's on camera, but.
Hope not us. Did you see that? Birds probably building nests in his dock.
Greg Vincent with 5 for 914. And listen to this, though. This is, he says it's too small for a 15-ouncer and a 14-ouncer. I mean, that's room to grow with, you know, one near 4 pounds, a 3.3. I mean, and Vincent caught a 5-pounder late yesterday. Still so much time for these guys. First flight's going to check in around 3. Then I believe 5:15 p.m.
Shots up over there.
Last flight, so ton of time.
Peekaboo. He's playing hide and seek. Hey, Wade. You in the hide and seek tournament?
Where I get one of them jerseys at?
Pretty fancy dock you got there.
I'm anxious to see how big that fish John Cox sent us a picture of first thing this morning actually weighs, because he's got it put in as a 5-pounder.
I saw
I don't believe
that.
that's the case.
Hey, how are you?
And he says he has 12
I'm
pounds.
all right. I need to be catching some bigger bass, but we're catching some bass, just no big ones. Yes, sir. It's the National Professional Fishing League. It's on YouTube Live right now. That's why I was in fourth. I was in 4th yesterday, so I got a camera. You on YouTube? It's on there live. The National Professional Fishing League. The National Professional Fishing League. Correct. TNPFL. Okay. Yeah, it's live on there right now. I think it'll be live till 1 or 2 maybe, so a little bit longer.
Look. Go ahead, Brandon.
So, thank you. I appreciate it.
Man. Join the Legion, friend. The Legion of Boom.
That's right. And Cobb always making friends.
Give that guy time to get back in the house. We're going to give him a shout out.
Every time I'm talking to somebody
Randy
like
or whatever.
Do you remember that clip of Seth and the Bassmasters where the lady's like, talking to him in the canal, and he's like yelling Bassmasters at her. She's like, "What? Bassmasters?"
Yeah, classic.
That was so funny. It's weird how they're in like little pods.
Your
isn't
name?
It? You notice that? I mean, it's slow, but like I don't get a bite forever. Catch like 2. I don't get a bite forever. Like, it's kind of how it was yesterday. It was just a little bit better.
The Legion of Boom is good. Good job.
Thank you, buddy.
That's good, man.
Spell and bee champ back-to-back in 87 right here.
Attaboy, dude.
Yeah, did it.
This
Got an Ingram
strategy, what I'm
South
doing
Elementary
now,
School.
just like running down the bank. Back when this place had grass, this like didn't work at all. Like, I guess the fish just would congregate out in the grass. So like you run the bank like this all day and never catch anything, but I guess the grass gone makes them scatter up on the bank.
He is so dead on with that. And there was a lot more offshore hydrilla. It seemed like they did not enjoy the bank then. But you know, in the 2021 NPFL here in May, man, this is what we saw. Swim jigging, flipping.
One lucky dock bite, like a big one, just random. I've been trying.
And Harris in particular.
Ain't got any.
Remember our boy old Dale Prinky was doing some offshore, had that good grass offshore, was Cole straight whacking them. Shout out to Dale Prinky.
Brandon mentioned
I
earlier.
think we are going to leave here with enough time to fish Eustis a little bit, because I want to see if I can get bit in Eustis, because it's not as good in here as it was. So I need something for tomorrow to catch some, at least.
He said he just has a hard time slowing down when the bite's this tough. Carolina boy likes to cover water, and with that swim jig, it definitely allows you to do that. You just stand on that Minn Kota and roll. A little different approach than Greg Vincent's taking. Greg just picks it apart and take a look now at how Brandon Cobb's catching them, swimming that jig, giving it the Alabama shake, and when they lash
yes,
on.
Sir.
He lashes on.
You don't want to be on the other end of that one.
Not in the least.
Might get rid of one eye.
We had to.
I believe he gets rid of one eye.
Unfortunately, we lost a dear friend with this
One
call here on NPFL Live today. The great one eye.
Maybe we'll see him again sometime.
Bit.
It's not goodbye. It's see you later, one eye.
Goodbye, my friend.
It's great to see you.
But he is not a 2-pounder, which is what we need.
Shout out
Like
to
multiple
Isaac
times
and the boys.
Before I got him to eat.
Dude, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. It's probably a bad time to bring it up. We're going to go to Zack Burge for Brandon Cobb, but I want to talk about someone we lost today. Chuck Norris.
We actually lost a legend, yeah. Chuck
Man.
Legend.
But this is the Chuck Norris NPFL today.
I would say he is the closest thing we have to Chuck Norris. This is Burge.
There he goes. Fly high, Chuck. Fly high.
Well, we're still catching some, but we're not catching any more good ones. We've caught 3 or 4 more, 14 inchers, 1 2-pounder. Nothing that's helping us, so it's really not smart to keep catching them, but I could very easily throw up here and catch a 6-pounder again. But we're on our way out. We're gonna fish our way out. And I got one more little pocket I think I can go in and get a bite or 2 before we lock down. I'm gonna test it real quick, and then I'm gonna lock back out of this place and go experiment with a couple other things, closer to check-in and closer to takeoff. I got a pretty good idea of a place I can go to and upgrade a couple times. So our plan this afternoon is gonna be move around. I'm gonna fish some wind stuff and see if we can upgrade a few times. We're only like 2 bites away from having the same bag we had yesterday, basically. So if we can upgrade a few more times, we'll be sitting right. I'm gonna fish this Senko around this corner because I've gotten so many bites on it today. See if I can pick up 1 or 2 on it. It's really strange. They've been biting this thing every day of practice. Everywhere I've went, when I've picked it up and thrown it, I've gotten a lot of bites. And today, for some reason, I think I've only caught 1 little fish on it. What's wild is you would think that you would catch more on the Senko and less on the chatterbait, but they'd be better quality. But every time I pick the chatterbait back up, I get another bite or 2. So kind of goes against what you would normally think, or what I would normally think. This thing should be catching just them little ones like every 3, 4, 5 minutes. I should be getting bites. Many of them are in here.
This is such a familiar scene with Burge.
Today, though.
This Oklahoma boy, cannot take him out of the woods. I remember a BPT on Kissimmee. He was way up a creek in the middle of nowhere. We've seen it with him at Lake Whitney.
Yep.
In the BPT, he's up in the junk. Same here. But the guy's equally as good. Of course, we don't allow forward-facing sonar, but he's become very proficient with forward-facing sonar offshore. I mean, the guy's just dialed in 2026. But this is, to me, knowing Zach, this is his bread and butter.
This is where he wants to be, absolutely.
The roots.
I don't know how many times yesterday I picked it up. I'd sling it over there like that. Before I could even pick up my slack, it'd be swimming off. Today I haven't had that happen 1 time. Pretty strange. I know there's fish through here because every time I've come by this edge, I've caught 2 or 3 on chatterbait. I think you'd catch one of them old big lazy ones.
Is he going to set that?
They don't always do what you
Senko
expect
down
them
and
to,
flip
though.
over in that thing?
Unfortunately.
We saw him punch a good bit and not, caught 1 small one, but doesn't seem like he has the confidence in that. And he talked about it. He's like, man, I know it can happen, but I feel like I'm wasting my time. Sounds like he did some damage on a Senko yesterday on that wacky.
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Catch one right here.
But we haven't seen that today. Definitely seen him dob it around a lot.
Missed a
one
good
more
one
cast.
right here on this first reed patch or grass patch earlier. It felt like a real good one.
From Burge, we're going to go over to Alton. See what old Mr. Todd's up to.
Tilapia.
Okay.
Looks like he's going in sneak mode.
Let's go.
Got the eagle eyes engaged.
Mm-hmm.
We talked to some guys. KJ Queen saw some big ones yesterday.
Yeah.
Drew Cook saw some big ones yesterday. Couldn't
Well, we
capitalize.
back in here trying to started this morning, and I caught a limit out of here this morning, but no good ones. Yesterday it was later in the day before I got bit, so I come back in here later just to see. So far it hadn't been any good, but we're just kind of getting down a good stretch, so maybe something will bite us here pretty soon. It's been slow the last hour or so, just real slow. But I don't know, it's kind of this time yesterday when everything happened, so we just gonna keep chunking them. If it don't work this time, just stretch down through here. I think we might go hit some new places and just go fishing some new water, because pretty much done run about everything I wanted to run. And there's boats on, some of it, and the wind was hitting the other pretty hard the last few days, so it's kind of messed it up, I think. So this is our option right now. I don't know. Might be fighting a losing battle right now, but all it takes is one or two bites, so be back in it.
And not far out of it, unofficially in 4th place. Of course, Todd doesn't know that.
But that statement is no truer than any other place here, right? Well, there's 2 bites.
Yep. Did switch up a little bit, but just to see.
Yeah, a 25-pound 3-ounce day number 1 for Todd Alton. We've talked about that a lot today, but that was something that John Cox said coming in. He goes, man, you're going to have a guy catch 8 pounds, maybe catch 30, and then catch another 8. He said, it's just going to be that kind of inconsistent tournament as far as big weights go. And most Florida fisheries tend to be that way, unless it's just a magical week and everybody's catching giant bags all the time. But with the conditions our NPFL anglers have been handed, makes it a little harder than normal.
Jason Minich, you're looking at the catch track powered by Fishing Chaos. Yesterday he weighed in 9.2. As of right now, he's unofficially in 8th with 20 pounds even. Give you a rundown of his 5 fish.
A Florida boy, a transplant, but a Florida boy.
5-pounder, 4.5-pounder, 4-pounder, 4-pounder, 2.5-pounder.
Got a jig bite anyway.
Not a boy, but just showing that quality. He's
doesn't really.
That's
have
a
one of
rare
those
bag. That's a rare bag this
Right.
week.
Doesn't have one of those true Harris chain giants.
Not a giant, but might go a pound.
Todd Small's a pound 1 right now.
1-3. If I can remember which one it is. Let's see. Over here. It's definitely this one. I think it's that one. Blue.
And Todd Alton back over to our day one leader, Jordan Osborne. 28 pounds, 6 ounces on day number one here at the Harris Chain. A lot tougher day today. Did Cole just a little bit ago to take back over second place by a couple ounces unofficially from Nick Brown, who's made one heck of a charge today. Nick's normally smiling. When you see him, he's really going to be smiling at that weigh-in this afternoon.
And no surprise to see him doing well, man. This fits his forte. He is all about this life.
No surprise to see him doing well, period. The guy catches him, I swear, everywhere we go for the entire time he's been in the NPFL. No matter whether we're up in the dirt at Wright Patman where we're going next.
Oh, buddy, he's going to be a problem there.
Oh, he told me, I ran into Nick right before the Bassmaster Classic, and he explained to me how good Patman's fixing to be.
Well, we made a couple little coals, though.
Jordan Osborne, one of several anglers in the NPFL feeling the rush with that official Bass Cat, the boat of the NPFL. And his buddy Zack Burge that he's trying to run down has been running that Bass Cat for many years now, but all over the Harris Chain here this week. And it pays to run a Bass Cat, an amazing contingency program here in the NPFL for running one of the baddest boats on the water, buddy. Feeling the Rush, the exclusive boat of the league. The NPFL will pay $7,500 to the highest finishing angler that meets all the Quest Tier 1 boat requirements. And that's basically a tournament inside of a tournament. But the NPFL will also pay if a Bass Cat owner wins one of these events. And you know Zack Burge is staring at that, or Jordan Osborne. $20,000 extra coming your way just for running the Bass Cat special there.
Talk about feeling the rush.
No doubt about that. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back for more Harris Chain action in just a few moments.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top, it's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen. with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
Is your trolling motor working for you, or are you working for your motor? Minn Kota Ultrex trolling motors are built to outmaneuver anything, so all you have to focus on is the bass. Steering with unrivaled precision from an ultra-responsive foot pedal, getting you to the fish day after day, and turning any spot into a stronghold season after season. Minn Kota Ultrex is built to fish.
In the world's greatest sport, it's all about the unexpected. In the sound of adventure, we refuse to be strangers to the open waters, filled with stories we didn't know were possible. With the power of MillerTech batteries, this isn't just a battery. It's a tool built to charge your passion. Behind every battery is a team dedicated to making your dreams a reality. MillerTech. Empower. Innovate. Sustain.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain and a quad box to welcome you back to Leesburg, Florida.
Day number 2 of stop number 1 of the 2026 season for the National Professional Fishing League.
Third time. Kind of don't believe it's a bass. You never know. Set the hook.
Solid base for a bag. Just need a couple of kickers.
Yep.
That felt more like a bite than the time before.
Yeah, we saw Vincent earlier pull 2 out the same hole. This morning, same thing.
Make sure it's not. I have caught them before when they were on bed.
He seems like the only one we have on live that's really
Make sure it's
focusing
not
on
a fish
that
on bed.
spawn and pattern.
Jordan Osborne feeling the rush. Moving again.
Got that wind in his hair.
Todd Alton back to the area where he did the bulk of his 25 pounds worth of damage. Little canal, residential canal. And you wonder, do those places reload? But then you look at a place where we've seen Burge, a little shallow canal, and it seems like you couldn't fit another bass in it at times today.
I think we saw him twice catch 3 fish in a row, 2 different times.
That big old tilapia. It may be. I mean, I don't know what they look like, tilapia fry, but that could be what it is.
I bet they're bug
Just
eyed.
ain't seen no bass fry though.
Those ugly rascals.
That's something I don't know much about other than it tastes good after you set it in some hot grease for a few minutes.
After those things really got in Okeechobee, I fished a tournament down there. And my first or second time ever coming down here, running around on a flat looking for spawning fish, and I just see all these beds. And I'm like,
here we go.
And I have y'all. Yeah, it was mostly tilapia and giant ones, like 4-pounders, big ones. You get a lot bigger than that too. But man, they'll start you'll be easing up a flat and they push water all around, waking. You're like, oh baby, so skittish. That's one thing I will say. Florida's got a lot of kind of like where you're at on the Potomac River, some invasives.
Yeah, we got it.
Hanging around.
Yeah, man. Burge earlier talking about the goldfish and koi. Like, we got our share of that at the house. And the snakehead. We've had Oscar in there.
Always heard he's grumpy.
Very grumpy.
All right. They came to us, or they're going to? Okay.
We're here. We're here, Cobby.
Talk to us, buddy. What you got to say? You're in the quad box.
Do I? Make sure I got her check-in right. Stop clock. I like the longer day for sure. I've never really, well, yesterday I got off to a good start, but normally I do not get off to a good start. So the longer day always helps me. I tend to have to make 7 or 8 bad decisions before I make a good one, generally.
Lavoy Lemon upgrading to 16 pounds, but I will say yesterday he keyed in that he had like an 8 and a 6, and so I don't trust Lavoy till he gets back to the dock. He'll be lying to us, Lavoy.
Said his buddies were wound up yesterday.
Oh yeah.
What he had an 8-pounder?
Yeah, early.
On the catch track?
Yeah, early. We had him leading this thing early yesterday.
There's so many bright spots up here that look like beds, but I think they're tilapia beds. I mean, I'm not saying one couldn't be a bass bed. Like there is a for sure bed right there, but I just don't think it's bass beds. Because if they were bass beds, I would catch one reeling it over one specifically.
Randall Tharp creeping around the unofficial top 10 right now. He's in 11th. He added 14.3 to his 14.4 from yesterday. J. Todd Tucker 13.10 to his 14.8. Brock Mosley.
Yeah, J. Todd's got one in there for 6.5. And then he's got 3 that are under 2 pounds.
Charlie Apperson 7.9 yesterday, 15.9 today. A little bit of a comeback.
Oh, I got that.
See, Tharp's dangerous. 14 yesterday. He's at 14 right now.
The honey badger is always
Buddy,
dangerous.
who you telling? You right, son.
Maybe a little more dangerous at Okeechobee or Kissimmee, to be fair, the way he likes to fish, but he understands Florida bass.
There we go.
Just want to see if it's, you know, presentation, or still ain't getting no big bite. A little bit bigger.
Old Pawpaw's making a move. Todd Goad. Looking at catch track. He's got 14.4 for today. He's got one in the box, a little over 6 pounds. And a 4-pounder. 3 more that are about 1.5 pounds or smaller. Still, though, upgrading. Yesterday weighed in a little over 8. Already 6 pounds past that today with 14.4. 2023 NPFL AOY. Todd Go, the Goat Father. Seems like Todd Alton sticking to his guns.
You find Todd Alton offshore, something's bad wrong. He broke down, drifting aimlessly trying to catch one. Todd Alton. Let's check back in with Greg Vincent. The 9-pound hammer from day number 1. 9 even. It just had Big Al booming.
Oh, yeah. Now we're winding down this last hour live coverage here on day 2 for Harris Cheney Lakes. It's only going to be about an hour break, and then Big Al goes live. Bringing the boom at that drive-through weigh-in. Kicks off at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Pick a jerkbait up on that bridge. It's already slung over there. Must be. Greg Vincent back over to your leader. Not that guy. Not Wally. Zack Burge. You think T. Roy Broussard puts those guys out there to watch?
He might. Those are his pets.
Yeah. Little spies.
Kind of like the Pied Piper.
Yeah.
Different area, same kind of vibe. Water clarity definitely different though.
said he had another area that he thought he could maybe upgrade a couple times out of. I'll say, how long is he going to go without throwing the chatterbait? I feel like that's not gonna stay on the deck of the Bass Cat.
There's some in here, for sure. If nobody's beat it up. I've never caught any that way, but I always catch them to the left. I don't know why. That looks just as good over there too. Came in here the other day with a swim jig when it was storming. Basically to get away from all the lightning and stuff that was going on out there. And I caught several. I haven't touched it again since, so I'm kind of anxious to see if I can get a bite in here. I don't see why I couldn't. Water cleans up real good here in just a second. Yeah, it's chock full of it back here in the back too. It's very fishy looking. Airheads, sorry.
Back in this quad box action with Burge leading the
way. It also
way.
looks very froggy.
He is the leaderboard.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. It's hard not to throw one. It doesn't look like anybody's been in here lately because it's not mucked up. Or, you know, at least in the last hour or so maybe.
Osborne going to make another move. We're going to keep it right here with
I didn't catch any the other day till I got to that corner there on the left. And I caught one about 3 over here on my way out. 3.5. Just want to give it a real quick pass. So hard not to want to flip all this. That's got that grass floating in the center of it like that. And all these reed lines on the side. It all looks juicy. Come through here the other day, they were wrecking my swim jig. But I haven't really caught a fish on a swim jig since.
You just wait at any second. You feel like he's going to lean back on one. Burge back over to Greg Vincent. Did not stick with the bridge pattern very long. I didn't figure he would. This is more Greg's speed right here.
Mm-hmm.
During that last flight, still 3.5 hours to fish.
Serious.
I think that's why we're seeing Zack, really stay in that area, try to find some other little nuggets close to that primary spot. Because he's dead last today, I believe, 5:15.
Yeah, and that means tomorrow, top 10. They
Same
launch
deal.
first at 7:15. They launch. Don't have to weigh in until 5:15.
We appreciate everybody tuning in to NPFL Live, powered by Miller Tech Batteries. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for more Harris Chain action as we wind down this live show on day number 2.
In tournament angling, every moment counts. Introducing Miller Tech's game-changing lithium batteries. Lightweight, powerful, your edge to dominate. When every second matters, choose Miller Tech. Empower, innovate, sustain.
There's more to explore. Humminbird Explorer fish finders make breaking down the water effortless with an intuitive interface and best-in-class clarity. Zero in on the best place for a bite with more precision, more included maps, and more underwater detail. Then keep your eyes on the prize. With the bright, easy-to-read display, you can view in any fishing condition. Because when you see clearly and fish smarter, you get more out of every moment. Explore fish finders, only from Humminbird.
This is the Professional Precision Adjust Knife Sharpener by WorkSharp, with engineered simplicity to be fast, easy to use, and work every time. Clamp your knife, set your angle, and make sharp happen. Sharpen EDCs, pen knives, kitchen knives, and serrated blades. Sharpen every knife you own. The digital angle indicator gives you precise and repeatable results. 7 abrasive grits from coarse diamond to leather strop. The small knife table sharpens pen knives at low angles. And a blade clamp support for sharpening longer blades. It's all included. Make sharp happen.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain of Lakes here in Leesburg, Florida for this kickoff to the 2026 National Professional Fishing League season, our 6th season. Second season where we cut the cord. No forward-facing sonar allowed.
All right, we're going to move again.
Of course, electronics are allowed, just no forward-facing. This is your day one leader, Jordan Osborne. Tougher day today, but still hanging around. Thanks to that 28-pound, 6-ounce bag he dropped of Harris Chain tosses. Day number one. This afternoon, though, Fat Cat just feeling the rush a lot. Seeing him really move around, trying to get something going.
Absolutely, man. Much tougher day for Jordan here on day 2.
That came to you live out of a commercial. They didn't tell me.
Back over to Brandon Cobb.
All right. We not catch them great. I got about 12 pounds-ish. But it's really not a whole lot different than yesterday. I'm getting about the same amount of bites. Just yesterday I already had a 6, and then I caught a couple 3s doing this, so I just hadn't got those 3-pound bites. I've got 1 of the right ones, and yesterday I had like 4 of the right ones. So, and I already had a 6-pounder. So it's kind of about the same, but definitely not getting the more quality. But most of the ones I've caught today have been up really, really shallow, and that's not really how I caught the better ones yesterday, but I can't get any bites off the grass or the edges, so kind of committed to the shallow just to catch some fish. I caught one good one like that. But it's I knew what I'm doing here. I knew I'm not saying I couldn't catch 25 pounds, but it'd be hard. We're just trying to scratch out what we can.
Cobb was top 5 in the Angler of the Year race last year. I'd say he'd be coming out of this tournament tomorrow is going to be somebody you better watch all year, I feel like, with the schedule,
buddy,
the way the things we know he likes to do. I think he'll definitely be one in that mix this year. That work sharp AOI. You and I were Googling work sharp, just over here trying to place orders.
Units.
It's about
yes.
12 miles of bank though. It's definitely by no means on them. I'm just going with the pattern of I hope I throw past enough by covering water that I catch some decent ones. Worked yesterday, catching some today, just not quite the right size. But 12 pounds ain't horrible. Could be worse. Had a 12 ouncer for a while.
12 pounds will keep you in it for sure.
Could have 12 ouncers.
Especially when you have 18-15 on day 1. At 12, not a terrible day at all.
My hands are tired from swimming a jig. I know that. Everybody knows I love to burn down the bank with a buzzbait in Florida. This is my version of a buzzbait. I never give them to bite a buzzbait as good down here, so I do the same strategy with a swim jig.
One rod Cobb today.
It's very inconsistent though. There is something under there that I didn't know was there.
Cobb hasn't had one of those little flurries in the last little bit. But I feel like just starting to kind of get into some of that good stuff we've seen him get bites in.
Not loving this bank. It's got a bunch of pepper grass. Do not like the pepper grass. Go a little farther.
Heard that quite a bit yesterday.
Yeah, pepper grass will make a man mad.
I just like it to be more clean, like on the edge. Like just, eelgrass is okay, but I don't like when it's just everything's choked out with pepper grass. I like the bigger open areas. That's why I'm not sure if the fish I'm catching are spawning or not, but they seem to definitely like the more open areas. Kissimmee grass is okay. I've caught a bunch out of Kissimmee grass. Relatively thick, but not when it's all kind of stuff. Like yesterday, that little thin area of Kissimmee grass like that, that would have been a prime spot to get a bite. But today, they don't seem to be sitting up high to eat the swim jig.
Cobb definitely going to sleep good tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Has not done a lot of running and gunning. Like he said, he's just been
he saw it.
Fishing miles of bank at this point, it feels like.
Doing what he loves to do, right?
Birds better watch out for me. I'm deadly on them today.
Had a near miss with a cormorant early this morning on a jig.
Well, that was a good little open area, but he's got some kind of pump swirling water everywhere. Imagine it's probably not great. How are you?
I'm all right, I reckon.
While Cobb is making friends, we're going to go check in on Greg Vincent.
One more, we'll get out.
Sounded familiar.
Go back here in the back.
Sounded like a weirdo.
We'll go back. See what this looks like back here real quick. Man, one bite, great big one.
All right, while Vincent's making a move, we're going to move over to Burge.
Unofficial tournament leader.
Buddy. Doing work.
Well, we're on
the
our
Jungle Cruise.
On our last little stretch here before we lock back down. I came in here in practice and caught 6 or so, a couple decent ones. couple 3-pounders, so I wanted to give it one, or at least give it one good pass and see if we could wrangle one up. Caught 2 little ones just now back to back and missed one. I'm gonna fish it back out and then we're gonna roll. It's a good little, you know, little back pocket. It's got some good clean water in the back, and I came through here in practice. I was hiding from the thunder and lightning storm that was all over us. A nasty front that was coming. They were probably biting a little better then because of that. But if I could slide through here and catch 1 3-pounder, it'd be worth it, you know, because I could upgrade a 1/2 pound. We need one bigger than a 2.7. We need another 4. We'll
That's
be
a
set.
good look on what they're tucked up under, hanging around, staying tight to.
I'd barter to say there's probably one in here, but he's probably up underneath this crap. And I don't have the patience right now to mess with that. I want a chunk and wine. It's very, very hard for me to, unless I know for a fact there's some fish to be caught, it's very hard for me to slow down and just search for fish by, you know, punching these mats and flipping some stuff. I like to know I'm around a good bit and some good ones before I start messing with it. That's why I did it earlier a good bit in that other little creek we were in, because I know there's some good ones in there.
That's some solid insight.
That was a gar. See, that's what I mean by the fry. I think the gar and around the fry, I think it's a gar fry. That was definitely a gar though.
Todd Alton was talking about tilapia fry earlier.
Wrong kind though.
Burge started the day by saying if he got to 18 pounds, he was rolling. Then he got to 18 pounds, and he has stayed, but still
got
has
to keep thinking though, like any cast could be a good one. They live in here. I mean, you catch a 10-pounder on the next throw. I don't know how likely that is with a swim jig, but I got confidence in it.
Zach also, like we've talked about, the only angler we've seen.
So much fry in here, it's crazy.
This tannic.
Nearly every cast you make
on live.
Fry running from it. I think they'd be a little more aggressive on this shade side where a little bit of shade's popping in, and
Zach trying to go back-to-back major tournament wins, Bass Pro Tour win in Texas just a couple weeks ago. I think he caught about 1 million bass, something like that, to win. It was crazy on the final day. Trying to win here on the Harris chain tomorrow for Showdown Saturday. He would pocket $120,000 with that Bass Cat.
That's right.
And then he's got to turn around and leave and go right back to Texas for the next Bass Pro Tour event. No rest for the wicked. Going to jump back over to Todd Alton. He had 25-3 yesterday. Second place.
That's what we're looking for.
Uh-oh.
Finally. I think that was cool.
Todd making noise late.
What do you think? 3.5, 4 pounder?
Had a 1.5, a 1.3, and a 1.2 in the box, so I would say that's going to help. And he's unofficially in 4th place, like not out of it by any stretch of the imagination.
Ain't that something? Go through with the jig, catch some little ones, and then go back to their chatterbait. Catch this one.
It's right where it should have been, too. It's perfect.
3.6. So a little more than 3.5.
Couple pound upgrade.
But I know where he's going to replace.
Good stuff from Todd Alton.
Back live. He's updating that way live right now.
So a 3.6 is actually a
fever.
Like 8, 9, or 10 ounces probably. I'm gonna call it a 310.
What does that give you and how you feel about it?
I don't know. I don't know how to check my total weight here. I don't never go into nothing else. So
while Todd's figuring that out, we're going to go check out Greg Vincent.
And actually, it updated, and Todd is in the exact same place he was in 4th place. He's just shy of 2 pounds behind Nick Brown in 3rd unofficially. So, but that did get him in the double digits with a 10.7. Yeah, 10 pounds 7 ounces unofficially. So. Derek Lettinen, 15 even now. Occupying that 5th place spot. Ray Hansen with that 17.4. Of course, we got Cobby with 12.5.
Trying to decided to stay rather than trying to make a long trip, idling or locking, trying to find something to go with what we're doing. And I've had it's not been great, you know. I hadn't really found like where a bunch were set up, but I've had 2 really good opportunities, and just a couple of different things happened, didn't execute with the kind we were looking for. So still stuck with those 3 little ones. One of those was real good fish. So I hadn't found that, you know, that good juicy area where I can really just work. You know, I thought we had it where those fish seemed like they were coming in. Probably make another sweep here in a little while and see what we can do with it, but just trying something I didn't practice that I thought could be similar to where I found those other fish, and working through it. And that's how I got that big bite a while ago. Fortunately, I didn't get anything else around it, so it was just that one bite, but it was, you know, the kind we're looking for. So it's the time of day where it could happen. I caught a 5-pounder the last 5 minutes yesterday. It was a big reason I had such a good weight. So, you know, doing this, any flip, we could get one we need, even though the whole day as a whole, we're not just rocking and rolling. But, you know, I've had a chance to have a pretty good day, all things considering, but you get those opportunities for those big fish that really move you up the leaderboard. You got to execute, and haven't done a good job of that today. So we'll see what happens here in the next. We got a good hour and 45 minutes. That's a lot of pitches, a lot of flips. Go back through some stuff and see if any new fish moved in this afternoon in a little while. So we're just picking it apart, trying to find something that's developing. I feel like that's going to be the key to winning. Seems like the fish are starting to change a little bit with the weather's kind of, you know, starting to stabilize finally. We still had that north wind, that post front north wind, but you can feel that things are starting to stabilize a little bit and seeing some clean fish again. So it's definitely going to go down somewhere with an area that's turning on with this weather stabilizing. That's what we're looking for. I have to go through the process. This is, you know, just looking at this area, it's not ideal. I'm gonna give it a quick look and then get back on some stuff that was productive earlier and see if any new guys have moved up, and that'll tell me a lot for tomorrow. If we can go back through areas where you got bit earlier and start catching a few new fish, that's a good sign for tomorrow. Just pitching in these, you know, anywhere there's a little edge or, you know, hole is always good. You know, those are your spawners that get in those holes. But anywhere that, you know, the grass kind of mixes with the pads or they form some kind of little edge, anything like that, you're just constantly looking for something that's just a little bit different to drop that worm into. And if you drop it in the right one, they'll let you know. I really feel like I feel like they like this big bopper. I got a lot of confidence in it. I feel like when I've put it in places that had fish, I felt like they bit it, you know, big and small. So we're trying to do that some more here. Got a lot more pads right here. I did that big fish that I lost a while ago was around pads. I hadn't been getting a lot of bites around pads. That's kind of a Florida norm, you know, fish spawning or post spawn. They got all the shade of those pads. They got the stems to spawn on, and it's a lot to go through, but if you find the right stretch, you can, you know, it's just like the Kissimmee grass. You find the groups in there using it. I think the brim are already starting to bed a little bit, so some of these places, they could be places the bass were spawning earlier, and they got a good hard bottom there, and the brim spawn there, and then, you know, anywhere in the country, early post spawn, you find a place that's got brim, those bass will stick around, especially, you know, I would think down here, because I don't expect them to go really deep just yet in this area. So if you can find a little place that's got some brim, you could catch, you know, pre and post spawn.
That's good stuff right there from Greg Vincent. We're going to leave Greg and go check on Burge.
Your unofficial leader. Winding it down here on NPFL Live for day 2. Stop number 1 on the Harris chain.
Well, we're still hunting for that last upgrade that we need today. Pulled in here and caught a few real quick, which was nice. But we haven't caught one that'll help us bigger than 2.7. We really need I need a 4-pounder. I feel like if I catch a 4-pounder, you know, with the amount of time we got left today, is extremely doable. I think that set me up pretty solid. I still think Jordan probably caught him. I mean, he was confident, and I think what he's doing is more prone to catch a big bag than what I'm doing. But, you know, we got plenty of time left. We're getting ready to go lock back down. We'll go chunking line and chatterbait until time's out and see if we can scratch up a big one here or there. Coal up one more time, we'll be sitting right. It's been a productive day. This morning was great, early. That's why I'm kind of excited if, you know, we're good in the standings here at the end of the day, which I think we should be. We'll, you know, be one of the earliest boats down here tomorrow. I'll get in there a little earlier, get to fish it before that sun gets up real high. I'm gonna go in there with a frog and try to see if I can get a couple more bites. I know there's some more good fish in there, but we still got plenty of time left today, so we got to grind it out.
I want to see that.
See if we can upgrade. We need to take advantage of this late check-in and really catch us. Really need to catch one or two more. If we could do that, especially once we go back down towards Harris, that'd be great. That'd give me a lot of confidence too in, you know, my afternoon tomorrow. But it's been fun. We're gonna keep grinding away, see what we can come up with.
Zack Burge, he's been grinding away all right
Buddy.
at that lead today unofficially, and he does not know his buddy Jordan did have a lot tougher day, at least so far. They've got a lot of time left, but so far Jordan Osborne a little over 8 pounds unofficially, has not had a big bite, has not seen one of those big 614s like we saw Zack get right there. And man, we always expect fireworks at the weigh-in. We've got, you know, we're ending this at 2 o'clock here, and weigh-in starts in an hour, but that last flight not due in until 5:15. That's the flight Zack Burge is in. So lots of things can happen in the next 3 hours for so many of our anglers. Now some of them have long runs and they got to lock through and different things, but Zack unofficially on top. Will he be your official leader after day 2? Because we don't know everything. I mean, you think you do, but most of the time we don't.
Dude, yeah. Really, the way this tournament is, there is no telling, honestly, because of what lives here. The way it looks right now, yeah.
But who knows?
Correct. I don't know what's going to happen, but I just know, like, it's going to be fireworks at the stage. Big Al is definitely going to bring the boom. We're going to see some big bags. Now, I think we're going to see some flip-flopping. Definitely going to see some flip-flopping. That top 5 is going to look a little bit different tomorrow, in my opinion, and the top 10 would definitely be different going in to Showdown Saturday.
Let's take a look at that unofficial top 10 right now as we wind down NPFL Live, powered by Miller Tech batteries here. And right there you go. Zack Burge on top. One of his best buds and travel companions in pro fishing for many years. Jordan Osborne in second. They are, you know, just about 3 pounds separating those two right now unofficially. Then you got Nick Brown, which the story of the day, biggest bag as far as we've seen on Catch Track, 24.6 is what he's saying that is unofficially. I'm going to say he's got well over 25 when he rolls into the ski beach this afternoon. Todd Alton, Derek Lettenden, Ray Hanselman, who's got a lot of experience on this pond and some success in a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament or two, right there in the mix as well. Brandon Cobb, Lavoyd Lemon, Jason Miniger with a huge 20-pound bag today to get back in this, and Greg Vincent winding down that unofficial top 10 as we wrap things up here on NPFL Live. A lot of big bags here on the Harris chain, and we're going to see a lot of big bags in this 2026 season. This is the first event of 6. Let's take a look at the schedule, what we've got to look forward to, Fat Cat, with some big bass factories on this thing. And we get to go to one of our favorite places in the country up next, Texarkana, Texas.
Love me some Wright Patman Lake, dude. And, we're going to take some credit for kind of helping put that place on the map.
No doubt.
To a certain extent, a lot of the locals knew about it before it's nationwide. Like, if you haven't been, you need to get your life right and your lines tight and go to Wright Patman Lake.
No doubt about it. Then we go to the Coosa River, one of our favorite river systems to visit here in the NPFL.
Yes.
We're going to go there twice this year. Lay Lake up first, and man, Lay has been absolutely on fire for the last 2 to 3 years. Incredible. That's going to be a wild event. We've got a lot of local hammers in this event as well, so that's going to be a really fun one. Then we go right up the road from there to Logan Martin, where Scott
And you
Canterbury
can say the same
won.
thing about that with a lot of
Same
local
guys,
Oh, yeah.
Rinse and repeat there, the Josh Butlers, the Wesley Gore, Scott Canterburys, Matt Herons, and many more. Those are going to be 2 really fun events. And then we take things up north the St. Lawrence River out of Messina, New York, and I believe we're going river only. No Lake Ontario in play this year. There's going to be a cutoff there, I believe. And so that one, I hope I'm right on that. I think I am, Fat Cat.
I think you are.
I think I'm right. I'm right all the time, I think. St. Lawrence River, going to be incredible. What else can you say about that place besides
Phenomenal.
Smallmouth Disneyland, as Taku put it a few years ago? Incredible. The town of Messina, awesome host. Looking forward to that. And then one, you talked about Wright Patman, us exposing that to the world. Lake George going to be a lake we're going to show off to the country, I really believe, September 17th through the 19th. Not been a major event there, to my knowledge, in professional bass fishing. We are looking forward to ending the year, early fall, upstate New York. Big smallmouth, big largemouth. That's going to be a fun one.
I agree, dude. Heard a lot of good things about it. It's going to be great. Like the whole schedule in itself, NPFL knocked it out of the park, especially with this field that we have, no forward-facing sonar. Going to be nothing but juice.
Winning that Work Sharp AOI going to be a little tough this year. You're going to have to bring it and be very versatile with that schedule. Not a lot of versatility today, just swinging on big ones on the Harris chain for a lot of our anglers. We appreciate everybody tuning in to NPFL Live. We'll be right back here at 9 a.m. Eastern. But first, Big Al McCullough is going to bring you the boom in about 1 hour on that weigh-in stage. We'll see you guys first thing in the morning.
Little bit.
I was literally
I don't know if he's gonna help or not.
pretty much. Oh, maybe not.
Through the bass.
And I got it.
That just popped out. That's 4 pounds. That's a power. Well, you look bigger than that motherfucker got. That's a 6 pounder.